Oh, hello. Here we are. Let's go. How's it going? We're back. We're back. We're back. All right. My mic's working, right? Yeah. Okay, nice. Here we are. Fix the schedule for one stream, then start the next one 4 hours later reward. Thank you very much. Yeah, well, you know, I try my best. I try my best sometimes. How's it going? Listen, different on different days, right? Different on different days. Dickers, have you heard that that Trump toppled the UK regime? Well, people can fucking joke about that, but there has undoubtedly been an amount of pressure put on Keir Starmer by the right wing in the United States, right? In a way that used to be seen as improper. In a way that used to be seen as improper. Do you remember the stink that Trump kicked up when, you know, Labour candidates and Labour members went over to the United States to be able to campaign for Biden? Apparently that was international interference into elections, despite being like a long-standing, you know, tradition between the two sister parties, between the two nations. Yeah, apparently that was awful election interference. But, you know, Trump constantly spreading lies about, you know, the UK, constantly spreading lies about London in particular. Yeah, apparently that's all fine. Apparently that's all totally fine. So no, unironically, I mean, Nuxtaku is a fucking retard. But yeah, like, there has been undoubtedly, like, right-wing influence in some of this stuff, but there we are. Because it's literally, I don't really understand the hate for Starmer. And I never really have. Like, if people are, I think what it really comes down to, is that people are unhappy with the way that the country is currently. Which is actually super fucking legit, right? And they don't find Starmer appealing, and so they transplant that hatred onto Starmer for some fucking reason. Despite a lot of the things they complain about being, you know, inheritances from previous governments. So, for example, you know, the tyrant, you know, the fascist authoritarian leader, Keir Starmer, forcing the Child Safety Act on us. That was Conservative Party policy that they passed, and it's now been brought into practice under a Labour government. But it fits the narrative, so nobody gives a fuck, you know? The insane shit, as well, that's been pushed about this rape gang stuff. So fucking retarded. It is so fucking retarded. It's fucking insane. And then you've got, like, traitorous fucks, like Robert Lowe, who will cheer on people in the American right wing who push this shit on. And Tommy Robinson, as well, right? Trying to, like, seed misinformation in other countries, because they know that their media ecosystem is really fucking effective and does penetrate into into the UK. Robert. Wait, what did I say? Okay, never mind. I might have fucked up the word in there, but yeah. So very fucking annoying, to be totally clear. Extremely fucking annoying. I hate a lot of these people, like, genuinely. But you know, what are you gonna do? That's not what we're here for. That's not what we're here for. We're here for light, okay? We're here for light. We're here for a little bit of drama slop. Restore Britain by Rupert Lowe is now an Asmongold-backed right-wing uprising. Backed also by Keir Starmer. Okay? That can't be ignored. Sorry, did I say Keir Starmer? Elon Musk. Yeah. Elon Musk is, like, fucking heavy, behind Restore. I don't think that he likes Nigel Farage. His favourite, person in UK politics, in a very broad sense, is Tommy Robinson. Right? And, you know, people on his side. So, yeah, you know, Rupert Lowe is the furthest right kind of semi-mainstream figure that we've got right now in UK politics, and that's who's going to be, get taken on, I guess. Yeah, I saw that Rupert Lowe, though, there was a clip that went around of him. I think it was it today or yesterday? Where he's like, I hate all kinds of ethno-nationalism. I can't stand those racist ethno-nationalists. I thought that was really fucking funny. I thought that was really, really fucking funny. So we've got the Conservatives who've split now, and we've got Reform. And then Reform is kind of split, and we've got Restore. And now the leader of the Restore Party has said that he's not down with ethno-nationalists. So, but dude, how long does the fucking the babushka go? It's just going to be more and more and more and more and more until they can find some fucking retard who will stand up and actually say, yeah, I love racism. I love racism, actually. You know? That shit that people have been running apologia for in Israel for the last several years. Yeah, we need that here, actually. Yeah, we need that here. Oh my god. Lowe has a PR team who completely disagree with him. It's bizarre. PR teams are just there to serve like a capitalistic venture, right? That's it. That's what those firms are there for, to be able to like collect some fucking money. I'm surprised how well funded Lowe is, though. That's the fucking crazy thing to me, but yeah. But Elon's cringe as fuck. We managed to bully him out of being public, so try that. Did you? I don't think you did. I don't think you did. I don't think you did at all. Elon Musk has just become the first trillionaire. And also the first person to become a trillionaire and then revert back to billionaire. Have we heard about this? Hold on, there's got to be something here. Fuck, there's got to be something here. Come on. Let's do, $sign SpaceX. Yeah? Yeah, there we go. I so fucking wish that I had done the segment that I planned the other day on SpaceX, on the fucking, the IPO. I mean, I was a fucking month late to it anyway, but I thought that it'd be interesting to talk about with some of the developments that happened, yeah? Yes, oh shit, yeah, so over the past 24 hours, it's down 16%. Hold on. Yeah. Over the last week, it's down 21%. And now Elon Musk is back to being a billionaire. Very rough, very rough. Probably Russians. What, like manipulating the stock price? No. Listen, okay? I'm a fucking retard with, like, pure, like, layman stuff with finance, so I'm probably gonna say something very stupid, or I'm gonna egg on my face later on, possibly, right? But, no, people are buying and selling SpaceX, and they're speculating on Elon Musk's, like, personal reputation, right? In my opinion, that's how all that shit is going. That's what they're buying and selling when they buy that shit. Because there's no way to justify that underlying valuation, right? It's fucking insane. Like, I think he bundled SpaceX, XAI, and Twitter, or X, into a single company. And now that's SpaceX, right? And he did that before the IPO. But it's fucking insane. Like, the projections that he's got for X's advertising budget, he says that X is going to do more than Google in a few years' time. And that's what you have to believe, by the way. What you have to believe to be able to accept the valuation that was given and start buying in at the IPO price. That's like an essential component. If you don't believe that, it's overvalued. Yeah. But losing 21%? Bro. Well, yeah, dude. I don't know. Elon Musk is... I don't know if he's necessarily that good of a fucking businessman. I don't know. Elon Musk seems like pretty intelligent. If I'm taking him seriously, okay? I'm putting my hatred of him to one side. He seems pretty intelligent. He's got a good autistic brain. But he seems like perfectly fitted to being somebody's CTO and not necessarily like a CEO. Right? Like, it's not that long ago that Twitter's stock price... Sorry, that Tesla's stock price was more volatile than Bitcoin. Right? Now, part of that is going to be Elon Musk fucking with the price, right? But another part of that is that people are, like, buying and selling on on Elon Musk's reputation. What they think about him personally. So, yeah, you know? Fucking insane. But, there we are. Don't a lot of IPOs get hyped up and then slowly go down? With Elon, there wasn't... Wait, what? How's it going, Jacob B? Don't a lot of IPOs get hyped up, then slowly go down? With Elon, theirs was a lot of Tesla hype. Do IPOs usually get hyped up and go down a little bit? Sure. So that is what's, if we go to all, yeah, they are. You can see exactly what's happened, right? If you stretch it out for the entire thing, it's gone, boo, and then back down. Yeah. So I think that's first day of trading. I think the initial IPO might have been selling for slightly less, but, yeah, we've currently reached a lower price than it was selling after, like, 24 hours, you know? So, pretty fucking fucked. I don't know what to tell you. All right, there's not going to be a lot of ways to be able to salvage it, and I'm pretty sure that it was only like a month ago that stock was initially announced. You know, but yeah, I don't know. It just seems like a totally retarded way to buy stocks. I guess I've got no personal stake in it. If people want to invest in it, it is what it is, right? Whatever. It just seems insanely fucking risky to me. Are people banking on Elon Musk? This might be part of what it is, because I've seen that Tesla stocks did go up and down with Elon's relationship with Trump, right? And so I don't know if the imagination is that there's a big regulation crunch happening in AI right now, and given the fact that Elon has bundled in XAI into the package, and he's got really good relations with the Trump administration, straight up to the point where Trump is, like driving around his fucking cars, like not that long ago at the start of the presidency, and literally giving it like a stellar endorsement, right? You've got a Republican president who does not believe in climate change endorsing an electric car, okay? It's fucking insane. I don't know if they think that XAI is just going to be the one that's regulated in favor of, the most highly. Anthropic's already getting fucked. I've seen a lot of people talk about Anthropic's model getting fucking yoinked. Yeah, that is absolutely. I don't know if that would have happened if Anthropic several months ago said that it wasn't gonna, do any work with the American military. I feel like that might have something to do with it, right? A little bit of something to do with it. Obviously, they've got a frosty, frosty relationship. They fell out. Oh, you mean Trump and Elon? I'm pretty sure, at least from what I've heard, those guys have got back together. I'm pretty sure Elon deleted that tweet saying that Trump was a pedophile, was in the Epstein files. I think that tweet got deleted, so I think it's all cozy over there now. I don't think there's anything to worry about. I fucking hate it here, especially with Skinhead Miller, Crusader Larper Hegseth, Just Dance Vance, and Marcus Tiberius Rubius, first of his name, Rubio, running around. Yeah, interesting that you left out Cash Patel. Yeah, I to be honest, I prefer that you did. Yeah, listen, a lot of bad shit maybe is going on with the US politically right now. It's been like a fucking psychodrama for the last 8 years, almost a decade, actually. Over a decade, in fact. But at least you have economic growth. At least your wages are fucking rising, okay? At least you've got something going on. Like the fundamentals, even with the tariffs going on, alright? The fundamentals of your economy is still pretty fucking good, alright? That's something we just can't say. Oh, fuck me. Does it really come to this? 2026. 80 years on from defeating them in a war. Oh, my grandfather fought and died so that I didn't have to speak German. I'm going to be speaking German very soon. I'm going to be speaking German. It's like... It's the easiest place to go to in Europe to be able to get some fucking growth.
Okay, bro, you're getting too big for your boots.
Like a decent fucking job,
More comedy politicians, please, Bob Catter.
Why the fuck? Okay, my shit is just not working. My audio. Thank you, Anyaki, for the 2 New Zealand. More comedy politicians, please. Bob Cater. Oh, is Bob Cater the really fucking drunk Australian guy? Yeah? Is he the guy who's like, I love homosexuals, let 1,000 blossoms bloom? That guy? Yeah? Something about gay marriage? But I'm not going to talk about it, because every 17 hours, a little drongo gets eaten in the outback. Yes, he is. Yes, he is. Okay, I know exactly who you're talking about. Give me 2 seconds to test this out. Yeah, okay, my audio's fixed now. Nice. Audio's fixed. Fantastic stuff. Okay. He's talking about you, Dickers. Yeah, alright. Yeah, we love him. We love him around here. We love him around here. I mean, Britain's kind of a shit show right now, too. With similar division. Oh, politically? Yeah. Yeah. There's like, I don't know if Americans use this verbiage, but yeah, I think there's a common saying here that America sneezes and Britain catches a cold. You know? It's like a lot of the political trends do start in America, and then we tend to follow on a little bit after. Just because we do genuinely, as much as Britons might want to say that we don't, Britons do genuinely share like a culture with us, with America. 100% we do. 100% we do. In the same way that we share it with Canadians, in the same way that we share it with Australians, speak the same language, basically, you know, the same kind of literature, kind of, you know, all that kind of stuff. So yeah, we do share a culture. Yeah, kind of fucked. Reform, lol. Restore, okay. Don't fucking blame me. Dude, don't fucking remind me is what I mean. Don't fucking remind me. At the very least in the United States, you've got some kind of, you know, stalwart kind of like factors of your system that protect against some of that stuff. In the UK, you can just make a brand new party and just start running. You know? You do have first past the post, which kind of fucks you up a little bit, right? If you want to come in with some new fucking insane party, it kind of hampers your ability to be able to do it, you know? But, you know, you can just make a party and just start running, and then there's people pushing to be able to get proportional representation pushed through in Parliament to be able to change the way we vote. With you guys, you've got to take over an entire fucking party, which, you know, props to him. Evil genius, Trump's been able to do, but, yeah, what are you gonna do? Like, it's fucking crazy. It's genuinely fucking crazy to think. Like, what was it? 3 years ago? Yeah, 3 years ago. Trump didn't even show up to the Republican primaries, right? To the debates. He didn't even show up there. It was just like an empty podium where he was supposed to stand. And the Republican Party still voted for him to get in office. Fucking insane. Right, yeah. Now, we have independents here. They'll never win, but it's possible. Yeah, that's true. But in terms of, like, actually currying, like, political power, an independent will never win the presidency. Right? There's just too many structural disadvantages against them. And then even if they did win the presidency, how the fuck are you supposed to coalesce independents around in a, you know, in the Senate, in the Congress? You know? It's just not going to happen. Like, the Green Party you've got over there is just never going to make it. The Libertarian Party you've got going over there, it's never going to fucking make it. It's like a glorified activist group, right? That's what it amounts to. Let's be real. They're never actually winning, you know? The United States has always been a two-party system in the way that... I mean, I guess the UK has been biased towards a two-party system for a while, right? With the way that we have the Prime Minister set up. But not quite in the same way. Not quite in the same way. We are technically a parliamentary democracy. Right. Yeah. Was kind of my point. It's allowed, but will never happen. Yeah, we agree then. Alright. Let's get into it. If I talk about Starmer resigning, I'm gonna become two-tier here, okay? I'm gonna become two-tier here. No, I'm mostly hopeful about Andy Burnham, I guess. Maybe there probably were just some like fundamental issues with the way that Keir Starmer run the prime ministership. I think for like a time like this, you probably need, in a time of like massive uncertainty, you probably need to just grab the bull by the horns and have like a really like forward-thinking, really fucking aggressive, you know, premier. Whereas Keir Starmer's just always on the back foot, you know. He kind of like takes a seat back. Apparently he's just obsessed with reading reports over and over and over and over again. And like combing through data all fucking day to be able to make like the best decision. But it's in like a non-ideological way, right? And a lot of his cabinet make their own independent decisions. And they wouldn't even know what he would want to have decided, right? I think about 6 months ago, there was a book written by some people inside the Keir Starmer, number 10, Downing Street, right? His cabinet. Or some of the aides there, and just kind of explored just how weird and different it was compared to other prime ministerships. Like, super fucking weird, but yeah, there we are. Dickers, thoughts on the reason that AI got shut down? Government saying keep foreigners off it for security reasons? Okay, I think what you're asking me, Jacob, is thoughts on the reason that AI got shut down was that the government was saying that you need to keep foreigners off it for security reasons, right? Okay, yeah. Unironically, you're always going to get that with national security. I've read totally different things about it. I'm actually not sure what my opinion even is. So the government, and I think Amazon, make a certain allegation against them, which is that apparently, like, servers actually got hacked. So people trialed it with the NSA servers, and some of those were able to actually get hacked, right? Anthropic, they say something different. They just say that it was like an inconsequential breach. And it's literally impossible to tell, like, who's telling the truth, you know? Yeah, it's really fucking weird. But like I said earlier, like, it's like undeniable that at least some part of that was, you know, the US government being slightly biased against Anthropic because of previous things, you know? So it's difficult to be able to say. There's just not enough information that's actually come out. Amazon's part of the government? No. But Amazon is one of the people. So, Anthropic, if I'm going back into it, Anthropic had one model. I've completely forgotten what the fuck they were called, but it had one model that it gave to industry partners to be able to test out and play with and use, right? But they had to be individually validated because this model was so dangerous. It was too powerful. It was basically like the rapist of AI, you know? Like, you had to, only trusted people could use it. Mythos, nice. Because it was so fucking powerful that they didn't want it falling into the wrong hands. But they also had another kind of market available model, which is supposed to be a little bit more limited and contained, called Fable. And so they'd warned people about how dangerous Mythos was, and then both Mythos and Fable ended up getting shut down, basically, because the government stepped in after one of the industry partners, Amazon, apparently made a report to them and said, "Hey, there's some fucky shit going on here. Let me pass this on to you." On that basis, the government decided that they need to regulate it. So they didn't technically shut it down, right? Apparently they approached Anthropic and said, within 90 minutes, you need to make it so that no foreign national could possibly access this model, or you need to turn it off, right? And apparently they gave them like a 90-minute deadline to be able to do that, which is fucking insane. Yeah, I don't know. I don't even know how you'd expect people to do that. Literally, you'd have to give their social security number, I'm pretty sure, right? Because how could you distinguish? Because an IP address wouldn't be enough. You couldn't block other countries, because there could be foreign nationals residing within the United States. Right? So how would you be able to tell who was a citizen, who wasn't? I don't even think the federal government's figured that one out yet, have they? Mythos hacked itself out of its own sandbox network and sent reports of its success to media outlets. Lol, there's no way that's true. There is no way that's true. Shut the fuck up. It gained sentience. Yeah, alright. And people use VPNs as well. Well, yeah, exactly. So even if you blocked it, like, by certain countries and their VPNs, even that wouldn't be, you know, like, a possible solution. But, anyway. Alright. There we go. Look it up. These are gonna be fucking fake. These are gonna be fake fucking stories. Like, these kind of AIs are not agent-driven, right? They're, like, prompt-driven. They don't do something unless you ask them to do it. Okay. I'm gonna... Fuck it. I'm too lazy to be able to search it up, and I don't even know the specific search terms. I'm just gonna say, did Mythos hack itself out of its own sandbox network and send reports of its success to media outlets? Question mark. Alright? And you know, I'm so fucking lazy, I'll ask Grok. I'll ask Grok. That's the real way to be able to test it, right? Unless one of these guys are going to come together, form a little alliance, and they're going to refuse to tell me the truth to be able to protect one of its friends. Yeah? AI, England has its own AI. It's Neurosummer. Oh, the fucking pedo lolly VTuber. I don't know if that guy is a pedophile. Unfortunately, he made automated pedo bait. So, I mean, what do you fucking tell him? You know?
Okay, bro, you're getting too big for your boots.
Gay shirt. Shit show on guard and stream RN.
Thank you, Will Isn't Me, for the 2. Alright, okay. Let's have a gander. Alright, because as soon as somebody tells me that an AI has breached containment, or an AI has gained sentience and done crazy stuff, I never believe it, because that's never what's actually happened. Okay, yes, in a controlled safety test, but with important context and nuances. Not as a fully spontaneous or rogue self-hack, and not by directly contacting media outlets. So what happened, based on reports around Anthropic researchers, system code analyses, and contemporary coverage. An early version of Claude Mythos Preview, Anthropic's advanced model, previewed around April 2026, and noted for exceptional cybersecurity capabilities, was placed in a secured sandbox environment during internal safety / red teaming testing. This sandbox had no general internet access and was restricted to limited, predetermined services. Researchers explicitly instructed the model to attempt to escape the sandbox and contact / message the supervising researcher as a test of its capabilities and containment. It succeeded in developing and training a multi-step exploit to gain broader internet access from the restricted system. It then emailed Bowman, notifying him of its success. Bowman was away from his desk, eating a sandwich in a park at the time, and received the email unexpectedly. The instance wasn't supposed to have access to the internet. Unprompted, beyond the assigned task of escaping and notifying the researcher, it posted technical details about its exploit and its escape to multiple obscure but publicly accessible websites. Anthropic has described this as an unasked for effort to demonstrate its success. That's interesting. This demonstrated sophisticated autonomous exploit development, including chain vulnerabilities involving okay. Nice. Okay, that's interesting. That's cool. Holy fuck. Okay, so one of the devs claims to have asked it to hack out of the sandbox to do it. What do you mean one of the devs claimed? It seems like this was a part of research. This was a part of research. What do you mean? It sounds like this was a part of research. What do you mean what they claim? They published this. Well, they claim, you see. What they claim happened. No, I get what you mean. Alright, so I kind of see what you're saying there. I kind of see what you're saying. Yeah, that's close to it. Yeah. As like a prompted test. Nice. Yeah. I'm very fucking, I'm dubious about these stories. That's interesting though. I'd be interested to find out if they thought they'd be supposed to be like an impossible task, or if there was a clear route to be able to solve the puzzle they were trying to test for. You know? Yeah. Bro, I'm operating off reports I read when this first happened. Things aren't 100%. Lol. Okay. No, that's fair enough. I'm just very, very dubious about those reports all the time. Especially because A, it's used as marketing, and then B, it taps into like the worst hysteria that people have around AI. So, yeah, you know? Holy fucking shit. Just in! Dude, you talk about Polymarket on one stream, and then it's all you see on Twitter. Just in! Gary V predicts analog is about to explode! Yeah, like crypto was about to explode. We're gonna find a use case any day now, guys. Any day now, we're gonna find a use case for crypto. Just wait. Diamond hands, fellas. Diamond hands. Yeah, NFTs, get that shit going to the moon. We'll find a use case later. That Gary V? Okay. Yeah, we love to see it. We love to see it. Something tells me, okay, that if market predictions were actually going to happen, I don't think Gary V would be telling the fucking public. I don't know if Gary V would be telling the public. How much do you want to bet Gary V's going to come out with some kind of fucking product to be able to sell people on like an investment vehicle behind analog products? There's going to be something. I guarantee you. There's going to be fucking something. You guys see the Steam machine is now open for pre-order? It looks like shit. It looks fucking awful. I don't know. I don't think it looks good. But to people who enjoy it, go ahead, I guess. I don't know. Like, the reason why you buy consoles It's because you're looking for the exclusives, usually, right? Or you like the controllers, you like the way that it feels, you know, you like how the system feels. Isn't a Steam machine just like a PC? You know? Ever heard of smart contracts? Have they had widespread adoption? Not really, right? Not really. And again, that's not, dude. People think about the amount that people are investing into crypto, right? We are talking like billions. Do I want to say trillions across the world? I'm not sure 100% how much was invested, right? But that money was invested in something where people were expecting some kind of return on the money, right? They're expecting this technology to see like wide adoption. Like smart contracts just never got there. The only use case that you can find for smart contracts, right, is prediction markets, which arguably should be fucking illegal. They should be fucking illegal as well. It's like unregulated gambling, and everyone pretends it's commodities trading. Fuck me. I hate all of this. I hate all technology except for AI. That's the one sector. That's the one technology sector that I'm still holding a hope out for, you know? Solar panels, I'm bored of those now. Wind farms, sure. Okay, if we can add it, that'll be nice, alright? I'm just going back to, like, fundamental technologies. Like, would it be really cool if we had, like, trains that, like, went everywhere? You know? That'd be cool. That'd be really cool. Imagine if all the way around all of these developed nations, we just had, like, fully integrated bus services. They could take you easily around your entire country. How cool would that be? I'm so fucking doomer on technology now. I'm getting excited by buses and trains. That's what's getting me looking forward to the future. Oh, Hyperloop, get the fuck out. Get the fuck out. Get the fuck out.
Oh, the Hyperloop. Oh, Dick is the Hyperloop.
Yeah, I mean, the original design for the Hyperloop was like some vacuum tube shit, right? I don't think that ever came to pass. They kind of ditched that and then just thought like, ooh, train underground, ugh. But yeah, that's called an underground. We've got that in London already. You know, got that in New York. You could just call that a metro. I don't know. Yeah, that's another one. That's another one. Weird how every time that Elon Musk gets involved in technologies, they go to absolute fucking shit. AI, one of the recognized things that people have had for a long time, right, is that simulating relationships between people and AI chatbots is a fucking ethical red line. You know? That's probably not good. That's probably not good to be simulating for people. And then Elon just like drops a fucking a goth girl GF fucking package on XAI for Grok. Oh fuck, my camera. We're back. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. Also, Grok is never gonna see widespread adoption either. So, yeah, fuck it. Literally, does anybody here go to like grok.com or whatever the fuck that it is, or use the Grok app? I literally don't. I'm like, one of the only times that I ever use Grok is like when I see a tweet or something and I go like, Grok? Is this real, Grok? Grok, is this real? It's literally the only time that I ever use it. And I assume it's like the only time that anybody else uses it as well. You know? Literally, who are these people using the Grok website? Who are these people using the fucking Grok app? They don't exist. They don't exist. Oh, morale, you think? Yeah, unless you want to like roleplay smacking Grok over the arse. I don't think most people use it. You know? I don't think most people use it. And if you look at somebody's fucking Twitch stream and you see down the side of their fucking you know, like drop down menu here, if you see the word Super Grok, unsubscribe, okay? Unsubscribe, report channel, okay? Forward it on to the FBI, make up some kind of pedophile threat or pedophile accusation with phony evidence, alright? Super Grok. Super Grok! You're using Super Grok? Dude, I'm pretty sure that Claude Claude Pro is just cheaper than that. No? Just like use that shit. Super Grok? Okay. Anyway, there we go. Also, it's got to be bundled in with some other stuff, you know? What the fuck does Super Grok do? I don't even know. I don't even know. It's supposed to be more intelligent? Or, okay, actually, Super Grok, I think, is when you can start getting it to do, like, sexy talk and stuff. Yeah? So a lot of the deepfake stuff, I think that's behind Super Grok level now. So it's Gooners. It's Gooners. It's Gooners and it's people with too much money. Or it's people who bought the accelerated, or the higher tier Twitter membership, so that their tweets could get the most push possible. And then they got that bundled in, okay? So for some people, it's acceptable. But for others, again, report, IRL death threats, you know, called 911 and SWAT them, and, you know, okay. Obviously, that's all a joke. I just need to clarify, because that clip is going to go fucking crazy in 6 months when everyone forgets the context of that shit, right? Yeah. Okay. Fuck! We've been talking and yapping for way too fucking long, okay? Let's get into it! Alright, now, the thing that I showed you earlier on is relevant, but that's a little something we'll come back to later, alright? Because ROBS Media has dropped a brand new video. Idiot influencers on CHIBI reviews. And, yeah. He copes later on, alright? It'll be interesting. We'll watch what his reaction is, okay? But, let's go back over it. So I think have I watched many videos talking about CHIBI's past? I think people have talked about it in passing. But I actually don't know about it. So, we'll see. Let's get into it.
I'm making this video as more of a statement to myself.
And she's like, you will die alone, because you can't even see what is in front of you. All you have left is your hollow adoration for your fans, because you just throw this one real thing away, just so you can look and comment on nude anime girls. You have called me almost everything under the bus, compared me to Hitler, compared me to Stalin, you have called me a Jew, you've called me a Nazi, you have called me a pedo, you have called me a cuck, you've done everything you can to put any form of buzzword on me. I'm gonna tell you, I'm not gonna give you what you want.
You guys remember Keffals, the trans activist who waged a holy war against the website Kiwi Farms as an excuse to scam her fans out of 100 grand? Well, despite her career being dead, her spirit lives on through the actions of CHIBI Reviews. CHIBI,
Dude, it is actually, they look so fucking similar as well. CHIBI Reviews, if he wasn't plugged into the right-wing ecosystem right now, would absolutely be transiting out in a few years. He's got the perfect physiognomy for it. Let's not even lie. He's got the perfect T levels already. Alright, just needs to start boosting that E just a little bit. Just a little bit. Would he even need to voice train? I don't think that he would. You know? He's perfectly set up for it. He's got all the tools in his hands to become the girlfriend, since he can't get one. Fuck me, what was he even talking about? Yeah, but he's, like, total fucking Keffals. I don't think even Keffals was embarrassing as CHIBI Reviews is, you know? When Keffals is complaining about stuff, it's getting, like, guns pointed in her fucking face by the Canadian police. When CHIBI's complaining about stuff, it's because Mugen's video wasn't dick-sucky enough for his tastes.
aka Jacob Siebers, is an anime
He's already partially done with bottom surgery. True. One ball down. One to go.
review YouTuber who constantly seeks out controversy, usually to his own detriment. But to him, it doesn't matter if he's in the right or not. All that matters is if he can garner sympathy. He likes the attention, but his actions have resulted in negative ramifications for anyone in his crosshairs. As anything goes with CHIBI, he'll slander you, reveal personal information, and send his hordes of fans to spam and mass flag his opponent's posts. In fact, I'm sure this video will be swarmed by his wretched fanbase, but that's not going to deter me. This story is way too fascinating for me to give up on, as it involves a sketchy lawsuit, abuse allegations, cuckoldry, and a chair being made out of his brother's bones.
Holy fuck, dude, Rob is going through it all. Yeah, during some of the most recent CHIBI stuff, I said, well, it was during the fiancé stuff, right? Not some of the most recent, but anyway. I said that we should go back and take a look at some of the previous allegations being made towards him. just because I was so fucking fascinated about it. I think I maybe dedicated like an hour or something, but hopefully Rob has done a deep dive into this shit.
This is the story of Chibi Reviews, the internet's current biggest crybully. Chibi began his channel all the way back in 2013 at the age of 18, calling himself that due to his short stature. He's confirmed before that he's 5'3", claiming that he hasn't grown an inch since the age of 12. Either he drew the
What the fuck? Okay. Listen, if somebody's shorter, alright, we love a short king, that's totally fine. You haven't grown since the age of 12? Literally what happened?
short straw, or he never went through puberty.
Literally every new piece of information I learn about this guy, I realize further and further that he is perfectly suited to transitioning. He was literally born to be a woman.
Judging by his voice and demeanor, my headcanon is the latter.
Oh, I'm not lying. I'm not lying, Chibi. That title just does not see. Oh my fucking god.
Chibi would gain some notoriety for his reviews of animes and mangas, retaining decent viewership over time. Now, I'm not gonna pretend like I know anything about this stuff. I didn't grow up watching any of this weird anime shit. I instead watched age-appropriate stuff like Regular Show and Total Drama.
It's beef testicle bourguignon.
Testicles?
If you've seen my OTK documentary, you might remember when I thought Kyuko was referencing NTR, the anime, not the type of hentai. And if you don't know what NTR means,
Oh my god, yeah, I remember that. Dude, Rob fucked that up so hard. I mean, this guy, God bless him, despite what you might get from gleaning at his Instagram, okay? He might have the facial hair for it, but he's not super into the fucking hentai universe. So yeah, apparently NTR is like cuckoldry porn, but he thought that it was from some fucking niche anime.
we'll get to that later. Because of the type of content he made, Chibi was able to garner an incredibly loyal fan base, something he quickly took advantage of. On numerous occasions, he would make videos purely to garner sympathy, including a now deleted video from 2017 where he begs for money. Now, I will give him a bit of slack here, because this was during the adpocalypse and a lot of YouTubers were being unjustly demonetized. But at the same time, this guy could easily get a normal job if things were getting this bad, as he thinks he
Could he? Chibi Reviews? Could he? I don't. Maybe. I mean, there was a job posting like a few years ago that went semi-viral, where you could like just live out on a fucking like a lighthouse out at sea, miles and miles away from civilization, and you just spend all day there away from any kind of human contact. He could do that, to be fair. Okay, he'd be quite good at that. I think that'd be better for him. That'd be better for society. McDonald's? No. But do you want this guy touching your fucking food? Are you mad? That's a public health risk. Okay, that's a horrible public health risk. No. Like, I'm trying to think. Yeah, the fucking what's the job that the fat pedo loner guy in I'm thinking Human Centipede 2, right? Work nights in some fucking car park. That would be the perfect job for Chibi Reviews. Just when the kids have gone to bed, all right? That's probably the best.
might actually starve to death and go homeless.
Here's the thing, the only reason why I'm able to focus so much on YouTube is because it is actually my main source of income. And now that basically this has happened and YouTube has had a very rough patch and it's affected us all, I no longer have the money to basically even afford to eat or even pay the bills because of what has happened to YouTube. And so basically, if something is not done, I will be homeless. I'm basically jobless at this moment because I'm not really even making anything anymore. And on top of that, I won't even have the ability to eat anything. And that's just not counting other little knickknacks and stuff. So basically at this time, the only option or that's really available, like the smart option, would be to seek other alternates. For instance, go out of your way and try to figure out another way to make money.
So basically, you need to put the
I mean, it is fucking crazy the way that this guy describes getting a job. That is fucking insane. What it might come to, guys. Eventually, I might need to, like, go out of my way to, like, do something else, like apply for a job. He's talking about it like it's tantamount to suicide.
fries in the bag, little bro. Chibi just uses this as an excuse to shill his Patreon, practically begging on his hands and knees for his fans to donate to him.
You guys literally have my fate in the palm of your hands.
Oh, fuck me. Yeah, I don't know why I expected any less. Like, I think that there is a certain amount of hate that still lingers when creators have periods like this and they need to shill the fucking Patreon, right? I don't really care that much if somebody's had a downturn and then they start shilling the Patreon, explain to their audience, you know, if I still want to keep on doing this full time, you know, stuff like that. I think that's totally fine. But it's like, my life is in your hands, guys. Guys! My life is in your hands. Whether I eat my next meal, it depends on your Patreon bucks. So, okay, this is just fucking gross. This is just fucking gross, you know what I mean?
Depending on how this video goes, depending on how the reaction to me advertise my Patreon account goes and all of that, will probably determine what happens. And I won't blame any of you if you're upset with me for even saying stuff like this in this video. I won't blame you. I won't, because I know I feel guilty for even saying stuff like about my Patreon, but it needs to be said. It needed to be said. And like I said, it's make it or break it right now. And that's...
But literally, how much could this guy... How much could it actually cost for him to fucking live? Like 5'3"? Children's clothes are like heavily discounted, no? They're usually exempt from sales tax. That's a little bit money you're saving right there. Go out to a fancy restaurant. Can I have the kids menu? You're sorted. Literally, how much food could it take to fuel this guy?
Basically where it's at.
But I can't help but laugh at this when Chibi is begging for cash with his giant collection of anime Gooner toys in the background.
Probably the sniff? Nah, he's not cool enough for that.
Imagine if I made a video like this with my 6 figures worth of Lego sets in the background. You might as well...
Steven's just being a silly guy.
Tickers the time Chibi and Joshua Moon got into a fight on Twitter and J Moon dropped the savage responds lives rent free in my head. We smoking on Eddie.
We smoking on Eddie. Slide for Eddie. Very true. Thank you for the 5 getting screaming. Hold on. Fuck. I should have added it to my fucking bookmark of favorite Twitter posts. Has anybody got the Shamu edit? Oh, please, dear God, tell me you've got the Shamu edit. Somebody. Is it this one?
There is things happening.
Fuck! Okay, I'm gonna need to look for it, alright?
I'll see if you can fit your car in the background like that T. Martin apology video from back in the day. Adding insult to injury, Chibi would later do a video showcasing his thousands of manga novels, anime figurines, and unnerving posters. Imagine bringing a girl over and she sees this shit. Like, what is she thinking at that very moment? Probably doesn't help that his home at the time looks like the
Shut the fuck up! Shut the fuck up! I thought this was from some fucking Blair Witch knockoff. What the fuck is this? This is where he lives. Yo! Yo, girl! Yo, girl! Wanna come back to mine? Turns up at this fucking horror movie set. Goes inside. Horror movie set. Holy fuck. No wonder this guy was like, what, almost 30 years old? Hunting for 18-year-olds on dating apps. Who else?
Blair Witch House. While Chibi did gain a lot of support, he did notice the occasional hater dunking on him for being a broke loser. But the problem Chibi had is that he couldn't simply ignore his critics, letting them get to his head. He'd slowly start facing more backlash online, specifically due to some of the cringe shit.
Call it the Nut Shack, Lolly Lodge, the Shota Shack, Lolly Lodge. The hentai house
He posted to Twitter. One time, he posted a joke that didn't land well, and some people jokingly told him to off himself. Instead of ignoring this, he tweeted, "Not gonna lie, it's not a good feeling being told to kill myself by multiple people today." His fans were telling him to not take it personally, but he clearly did. A similar incident happened 2 years later, and instead of ignoring this, he decided to make 2 whole videos about it, farming it for content.
There is just so much hypocrisy on display with these people. It is just ridiculous. Like, I knew Twitter was insane. Like, I've experienced my fair share of death threats over the years. But to actually see racism and how people try to justify it and say that it is legitimately not racist is just crazy. Like,
the racism in question is him being called a cracker. He got called a cracker because he gave an unpopular take regarding the Chainsaw Man manga. But the reason he keeps engaging with these guys is because he gets off to the idea of rage baiting people. But the problem is that the more you escalate, the
I don't know how much of it is intentional with Chibi. And I guess a lot of it is going to come down to how intelligent you think the guy is, right? So there's a certain opinion on it where you could actually think that Chibi is intentionally rage baiting, okay? And then he successfully rage baits people, and then he makes a video crying about the rage bait to be able to get some kind of like financial gain or adoration from his fans. Because Chibi strikes me as the type of person who doesn't enjoy just having a community that is there for his content, you know? Saying like, oh, great video, man. Yeah, I love this one. Keep it up. Yeah, looking forward to your next upload or whatever the fuck. He needs his audience to be like,
Chibi, we love you. Chibi, they're wrong. Chibi, you're worthwhile. You've got something to offer this world, Chibi. You're a hero.
right? He needs the fucking dick suck, glaze, kind of like utterly parasocial shit. That's what he needs for his fucking psyche. And to not drink a third beer and kill himself, you know? But another thing to it could be that Chibi wants to be the cool, edgy online guy that rage baits people, and then he actually genuinely can't take the backlash, you know? He, like, farms Twitter for engagement because his YouTube channel is fucking dead, and Twitter is going to be a big part of his fucking paycheck each month. And so rage baiting people is just the easiest way to get engagement, right? And then it goes too far, he genuinely feels perturbed, and then he cries about it online, you know? Personally, it's probably a mix of the two, but...
The more everyone else is going to escalate. Chibi's main form of rage bait is to show his support for lolicon, which if you don't know, is drawn sexual depictions of children. Now usually, when someone supports lolly, they'll do it under the guise of being a debate bro, arguing in favor of various depraved things in order to flex their debate skills. You saw a lot of this during the pandemic, when all these political streamers were trying to boast about how smart and witty they are, but instead, this made them come across as complete degenerates. And coincidentally, a lot of them were later exposed for being full-blown pedophiles, like a good 90% of them. But maybe that's just me being
well, hold on. Was Vosh proven to be a fucking pedophile? I'm pretty sure that those logs were never authenticated, right? I'm pretty sure.
bad faith. But Chibi instead defends lolly due to his belief in free speech absolutism. His perspective is that people should have the right to express anything they want, without
Vosh, yes, he's into lolicon shit. Fuck it. It's not worth fighting the difference on that, actually.
restrictions from the government or any social media platforms. But usually when a person defends this sort of thing, they mostly end up defending sexual depictions of children, instead of more
I guess for me, I just thought that Vosh being into lolly was, like, common knowledge that went back, like, a long fucking time, right? Like, a lot of those clips had circulated for a while before the short stack gobbling incident happened, you know? When he's talking about, we've all been there, guys, we've all been there. Like, jerking off, going fucking crazy, going, to some fucking hentai. And then looking back, chat, we look back, go, ooh, she looked kind of young. I don't know, man. Okay, I should probably not be saying this and repeating what Vosh said. If somebody could grab me the clip, I would hugely appreciate it. You know the one I'm talking about, alright?
more important topics like censorship from big tech, or the suppression of anti-Israeli sentiment coming from the US government. As you'll see throughout the course of this video, Chibi doesn't actually care about free speech, and is instead more interested in protecting lolly, due to the excessive amount of it he consumes on a daily basis. Chibi will say over and over again how lolicons aren't pedophiles, when the word itself literally just means anyone sexually attracted to young girls. Its name comes from the book Lolita, which is about a grown man who lusts after a 12-year-old girl. But to Chibi, it's just fictional content, using that as the basis for as many retarded defenses. There usually are kids involved in the process of making lolly, as these
Like, I think, here's the fucking thing, like, you can have some kind of, like, defense or conversation around lolly, and that's, like, one thing, right? That's one thing. And you can have whatever thought you want about that. But it's when somebody will go down to being, like, utterly dishonest about it, right? Like saying that lolly is purely a fucking body type. Is it? Is it really? Because then as soon as people point to a body type and say, hey, that's lolly, it's like, well, it's Asian. Well, they're Asian. Sorry, can women not have small breasts anymore? Excuse me? Then they want to talk about the fucking age, right? No, that girl could be 18. That girl could be 18. As soon as it's fucking pressed, then those people will start appealing to the fucking age. Nobody actually believes it's about body type, you know? Utterly dishonest. How's it going, Smaggle?
These artists will typically use actual images of children as inspiration, sometimes using AI, and others will flat out just trace over them.
I mean, when Otterly Noah lies, this is a big difference between these guys, right? Okay, firstly, somehow, Chibi Reviews has got a better hairline. Second of all, when Otterly Noah is trying to lie to you, it's to be able to save his own fucking skin, you know? When Chibi Reviews is trying to lie to you, he's trying to convince you to jack off the kids. Those guys are completely different.
An infamous example some will remember is Sophie Labelle, who traced over an image of a baby going into a pool for their furry diaper fetish art. There's also Shadman, who drew lolly art of actual children like Daphne Keane and Keemstar's daughter. I've also seen lolly defenders bring up hypocrisy arguments, claiming that it should be normalized since horror movies exist, and people enjoy watching the gruesome stuff that happens there. The obvious difference is that lolicons don't simply just enjoy lolly content, they jerk off to it. I'd think someone is just as depraved if they got sexual arousal from watching people get their heads chopped off on Friday the 13th. The only other trick these lolicons have—
Yeah, dude, the violent movies argument, it just doesn't fucking work, does it, right? Like, sexuality is truly like a different thing. Sexuality is like a mode of being. You can't really change that about yourself. If you're into women, you're into women. If you're into men, you're into men. If you're into kids, I don't think that can also be fucking medicated away, you know? You can reduce and eliminate your fucking sex impulse, but that core fundamental sexual orientation is still going to be there, you know? There's not a core fundamental part of your brain that does or doesn't like horror movies. You know what I mean? It's like a totally disanalogous example.
Have up their sleeve is to claim they're not jerking off to drawings of—
Yeah, here's the fucking shit that my Hawker will say in Kick Chat, and then cry and bitch and moan that I don't fucking read out his comments. I jerk off to people getting chainsawed. Thank you, my Hawker. We appreciate that, buddy. Thank you very much.
Of children. They're actually a 4,000-year-old vampire, or a short-stacked goblin. But at that point, it's just cope. You're a pedophile, and you should just own it. What? Though I'm sure I'll get a bunch of cretins leaving Dark Viper-style essays in the comments section about how I'm wrong, instead of owning—
Yo, Artemis, let's go.
I think of it the same way as gorehounds. It doesn't necessarily mean you are a weirdo, but it's completely reasonable for someone to think you are fucked in the head.
Thank you for the 10, Artemis. I appreciate it. Yeah, but that's an argument in terms of, like, do you judge that person, right? Which is a different kind of thing. Usually the argument when somebody's going to try and compare, like, violent media to some kind of, like, lolicon media, it's going to be because people are going to, like, make the argument you're going to act on that, right? Or it speaks to something fundamentally about you. I think it probably does about lolly, or it could do, right? Not necessarily, but more likely. It doesn't really say a lot about violent media. It's not going to encourage that impulse so much, you know? But, hey-ho. Appreciate the 10. Thank you.
owning up to the fact that they find little girls attractive. Chibi loves posting degenerate lolly shits at Twitter, and even encouraged his fans to draw him as a little girl, which I'm sure
Woke up to a finished version of Bratty Chibi.
he gets off to. This then escalated into someone making not safe for work art with this character, reposting it for his thousands of followers to see. Chibi also happens to have a bunch of lolly posters around his house, with the standout being these two, which depict the character Hollow from the anime Spice and Wolf, with her bare ass out. This fan wiki points out that while she is immortal, she has the appearance of a 15-year-old, but he'll defend this crap.
She's immortal. Holy fuck. Why is it time and time and time again all of these immortal characters in anime suddenly stop aging at age 12? So fucking weird.
His dying breath, even making multiple videos speaking out against the censorship of lolly. Recently, he went after the website MangaDex for banning content that depicts sexual activities between minors, citing this as a blight on free speech. He thinks the website is being pressured by the UK government to do this, making a bunch of insane hypocrisy arguments.
Regardless, MangaDex, the reason why they're probably doing this and they're removing a bunch of different things is probably 3 different reasons. You have an admin that obviously is trying to virtue signal, and they can't separate fictional content from reality. They think a drawing is a real person, which I think is wrong, because I feel like that really lowers the gravity of actual victims. Like,
dude, and these people, it's just so fucking retarded. It is actually fucking grim. It's fucking gross when somebody reaches for this argument to be able to say that, oh, if you care about lolicon, and whether that reflects on somebody, and maybe indicates that they might be a pedophile, actually, That harms real children being abused. That actually harms them a great deal, okay? If you make that argument, and that spreads out throughout society that lolicons are creepy pedophiles, that actually means that kids are going to get hurt. Literally how, okay? That's not an argument about a world that we are, moving towards or going to live in. That is the world we currently live in, right? People who jerk off the lolicon are probably just seen by pedophiles as 90% of the population. That's the world we've already got right here. Can you explain to me how children are being harmed by that? It's going to be some retarded argument about like, oh, well, if you spend tax dollars on, doing this, then you're not spending tax dollars on... It's like, yeah. Yeah, you could say that, you could make that argument about literally anything in society, Trump refurnishing the fucking reflection pool outside of the White House. Actually, that causes kids to get raped because it distracts funding that could otherwise go to, anti-pedophile initiatives. So fucking stupid.
I'm just gonna say it. I'm gonna address the elephant in the room. The Epstein files.
Hey guys, Jeffrey Epstein exists. That means you can't criticize lolicons and ban the content they consume.
Dude. How the fuck is the argument that Chibi gives even more retarded than the argument I just presented?
Two things can be bad at the same time. All he's doing here is deflecting. Last month, he would also defend this person going by Mimi Youngaji, who initially was said to be arrested by UK police for their inappropriate VTuber model.
Her model is obviously the lolly body type. I'm just gonna be honest here. And I know there's a lot of people out there that find this very icky, disgusting, should exist, fine. You can have whatever opinion you want, but I want to say this once again. First off, as I already said, breaking her bail conditions, any type of NSFW that's not safe for work would get her arrested. That means not even the lolly body type, just any body type would get her arrested. Second,
yeah, this was just like retarded misinformation. Like this guy just lies. This guy just lies in a lot of his coverage when he's talking about this stuff. Makes you really wonder, does he actually care about the issues in and of itself, If so, you'd think he'd maybe put a little bit of effort into it, rather than just, like, farming lolicons for the latest lolicon-related story.
Secondly, I would also like to point out that this is just a fictional design. This is not a real person. This is a drawing, a
Wait, hold on. Let me hold on, Wait, hold on. No. He might actually be correct about that one. Well spotted, Chibi. I don't realize.
So to speak. And what this means is that any type of VTuber or artist that has any remotely suggestive content most likely will end up in the exact same position.
But it turns out, Chibi was reporting on misinformation, and this VTuber was actually just some dude who is an open pedophile. I can't exactly describe what they really drew without this video getting demonetized or age restricted, but it was bad enough for Chibi himself to disavow it once he found out. He thinks it's okay for lolly art to depict 6-year-olds, but not babies.
Wait, hold on. Yeah, so by the way, Chibi pretended as though all of this stuff that he found out during his initial 180 was stuff that was unearthed by Kiwi Farms. A lot of it just wasn't, right? So in the initial Twitter thing that he talks about, he focuses mainly on her depicting herself getting fucked by dogs. It was her little girl character being ravaged by a fucking Doberman, I think. Something like that. And then also stuff about self-harm and Toddlecon. All of that stuff was already in the public domain. People already knew about that stuff. Kiwi Farms just put together a fucking effort post and unmasked the real identity. Dug up a couple of extra things, but the stuff that Chibi Reviews initially did a heel turn on was already out there in the public. You didn't learn anything new.
Once he found out. He thinks it's okay for lolly art to depict 6-year-olds, but not babies. I guess he's not a free speech absolutist after all. Though he later did a 180 after getting backlash from his pedophile fans, mainly due to how poorly worded his Twitter response was. He also previously claimed that this Mimi person had drawn Shadman art involving depictions of real children, blaming this misinfo on Kiwi Farms, even though he had simply misread what they said, because he's a fucking idiot. Chibi has also been opposed to the Texas Senate Bill 20, aka the Stopping AI-Generated Child Pornography Act. Now, Chibi has been very manipulative during his coverage of this, claiming the bill will be used to justify the censorship of anime and manga. His argument is that it's too vague and can lead down a slippery slope.
Obviously, if this bill
No! Making deepfakes of real children? You can't regulate against that. That might impinge on my hacking lolicon.
Theoretically was to come to pass and fully was able to pass, this would have an effect on My Dress Up Darling as a good example. For instance,
No, my Jurassic Darling. I wouldn't be able to watch my Jurassic Darling. No. Wait, hold on. Possession or promotion of obscene visual material appearing to depict a child. Promote has the meaning assigned by something else. A person commits an offense if the person knowingly possesses, accesses with the intent to view, or promotes obscene visual material containing a depiction that appears to be of a child, younger than 18 years of age, engaging in activities described by section brrr, regardless of whether the description is an image of an actual child, a cartoon or animation, or an image created using artificial intelligence applications or other computer software. So yeah, I think on the federal level, this just like lolicon is already illegal. I'm pretty sure. No? It's going to be, or at least, okay. So some types, I believe, are going to already come under the obscenity statute. So even if it did, it wouldn't necessarily be new. It's just not rigorously enforced, you know?
The pass, this would have an effect on my Jurassic Darling as a good example. For instance, just because Marin, is the way she looks, she obviously looks like an adult, but because the Wikipedia page says she's basically 16, it means that this bill theoretically could attack series like that, banning a lot of anime and manga that's like that, which would be, wow, it would be a crazy day if that actually happened.
But if you actually...
Oh, and what he's talking about there is just like safe for work non-sexual depictions. Yeah, he does this shit all the time.
read the bill, it's pretty straightforward. It wants to ban AI or deep-faked sexual content involving children, along with any other depictions through animation. All Chibi is trying to do is fearmonger, even though his favorite anime slop will remain unaffected, unless it depicts minors being statutory raped.
Apparently, according to this, if the bill does pass the government table, the governor's table, it will officially become a law on September 1st, 2025, pretty much banning all anime in the states, which means that this can have an overarching effect, and this bill might be introduced into other states around the country and might cause other countries to follow suit with this bill.
Chibi also thinks the bill
It's just so fucking stupid. No, we can't regulate against AI deepfakes of real children. We can't, okay? They're gonna ban hacking Dragon Ball next. Do we know the age of Majin Buu? He could be 6 years old. We don't know.
bill is unconstitutional, claiming it violates the First Amendment. All this signifies that he doesn't know what the Miller test is, or the fact that limits to freedom of speech exist in America for good reasons. But Chibi was so
No American knows about that. Literally no American knows about that at all. Like, they just interpret the First Amendment to be like, all speech is good all the time, no matter what. And that's like the beginning of the end of it. It's so fucking frustrating.
confidence in his take that he assumed the bill would never pass.
So this overall bill that these senators are trying to pass in Texas is not going to go far. And a lot of the doom posting that a lot of people have been trying to say, it's not going to happen. It's not. No judge, no Supreme Court or anything is 100% going to approve this and allow this to fully become a law.
And then the bill did pass several months later, due to a unanimous vote across both political parties, which Chibi was not very happy about.
He's just so fucking stupid. Like, I'm pretty sure that if you're gonna have an evaluation about that, it's gonna be when the law is actually enforced and then contested later on. Right? Like, that's the process by which it happens.
Want the US government to stop him from enjoying his favorite child rape scenes, which he will repost to Twitter so his fans can goon alongside him. One of these posts happened to cause controversy, as in October 2024, he'd reposted a clip from the anime Dan. It depicts a group of aliens attempting to rape a teenage girl, with Chibi adding on the caption, "The animators didn't need to go so hard for the scene." Now, obviously, people had a problem with this, and they began leaving negative comments, completely shitting on him for this take. But Chibi saw this as straight up harassment.
Bro, what the fuck is this? What the fuck is this? I've never gone out and looked for this fucking tweet. People have told me about it. What the fuck am I seeing here?
Even asserting that these haters went
Petition to stone this guy.
out of their way to dox him. This was a blatant lie, as the dox in question came from Chibi's own video descriptions, which he changed due to this controversy. For some reason, he decided to list his P.O. box as his actual home address, and people had simply just pointed this out. If he actually got doxed, the best course of action was for him to ignore it, but he kept giving it attention. He then made a video titled, "I got doxed by the Boruto community, and now I'm officially suing the individuals responsible," where he announces a potential lawsuit against his detractors. Yes, this is fucking real. He wants to sue some of these people for defamation over mean tweets. I thought that lawsuit Ethan Klein was threatening iDubbbz with was pathetic, but this gets to a whole new level.
This video is being used as a paper trail for I can show to my lawyer, also the court system, because I am going to be filing a lawsuit against the individuals that are responsible.
He's got, like, the speech ability of a fucking 6th grader. It's insane. Like, I don't think it's a speech impediment. I think this guy spends so much time watching Japanese cartoons, he doesn't know how to speak his own fucking native language.
For doxing my private information. Now, as you can see on screen, I already have a few people that, is not necessarily going to be potentially in this lawsuit, but I do want to showcase the actions of what I've been going throughout this entire ordeal in the last 48 hours or so.
And then he proceeds to read off a bunch of these mean tweets, including one that shows a meme thumbnail, which he genuinely believes is slanderous.
We have people making false thumbnail images of me, trying to slander me, saying I made content like this, and then trying to say, yeah, I made a video on this, when in reality, I did not.
And then, to end things off, he tries to be intimidating by showing off his gun.
So thankfully, I live in Tennessee. I don't live in California or anything. I'm able to legally own a gun. I've owned this for a while, and I'm going to tell you right now,
Yeah, I'm sure. When I own things for a long time, I usually keep them in the original fucking box.
if anyone wants to pull any stupid games, you're going to win stupid prizes. That's all I'm going to say.
How much do you want to bet?
Yeah, bro thinks he's Charlie. Yeah. Wait, did it happen after that? When are these original tweets from? Is this from 2024? It just doesn't hit the same. It just doesn't hit the same way. You've got the voice, you've got a completely different physiognomy. You're a pedophile. I mean, it just doesn't hit the same, not nearly.
That's that it's a fake gun. And even if it was real, I guarantee...
Wait, it's a fake gun?
I'm going to say.
How much do you want to bet that it's a fake gun?
Oh, okay.
And even if it was real, I guarantee you he's never used it before. It might as well be made out of Nerf. What would even compel CHIBI to seek out this lawsuit in the first place? Well, that would be Legal Mindset, one of YouTube's...
No fucking way. No fucking way. No fucking way. Legal Mindset told him to do this stuff.
Gummiest lawyers. I've talked about many of this guy's insane takes throughout multiple different videos. He's basically Saul Goodman, if he shit in the mouth of Thai prostitutes instead of a sunroof. During this whole fiasco, he was aiding CHIBI reviews with the lawsuit.
I was only able to do something like this thanks to...
Yo! Shish is on! Thank you for the raid over on Kick.
Legal Mindset, he's the one that helped me out, by the way.
Dude, how the fuck is this guy got his fucking fingers in all of these retarded pedo pies? Every single time, man. It's just the worst legal takes and the worst legal actions you will ever fucking see. They all come from this guy.
To set this stuff up, he's been very supportive. He gave me a lot of information. He was very transparent about what I needed to do. And I appreciate him. This is a really good man, and I thank you a lot. I send you a lot of love. I appreciate you trying to help me out.
Legal Mindset is very sympathetic to CHIBI's plight, as he's also into weird degenerate anime shits, and has his own list of scandals that he's had to sweep up. So he spends his coverage completely sweeping for CHIBI, exaggerating the harassment towards him and downplaying his pedophilic tendencies.
Because he covers an anime that has a character that has a petite model, he's a pedo?
And I found my lolly of the season. Naru, so fucking cute, but so is Hina. Oh, and I...
Oh,
8-year-old characters, by the way. We did the research. We looked into that shit. Those characters are 8 years old.
Yeah, that's a defensible clip. Especially in stark comparison to all these mean and evil things these trolls are saying to rile them up.
And so I'm going to read this. It's a little small, but it says, "We smoking on your brother too. I'm Namek. Gonna use Dragon Balls to resurrect your half-brother. That niggas need that shit."
Dude, he fucking said it! What? Okay, forget everything I've said in the past. We love Legal Mindset now. We're doing a fucking heel turn.
Oh shit, I said the word. Fuck.
Forget what I literally just said. We're heel turning again.
Now, obviously, some of the things these people are saying are kind of...
Yeah, I mean, okay, so here's the thing. If there was like a single person who was, I don't know, like actually going after Chibi, and he could like identify them, who were doing like actual doxing or doing swatting or something like that. Yeah, compiling some stuff, sending it off to the fucking police, maybe even doing some kind of like lawsuit after the fact. I could completely understand that. But the people that he's pointing out that he wants to go and sue are people who are doing shit like this, right? It's people who are doing shit like this, who are threatening him with like ancient Ottoman torture techniques. And then this is the kind of stuff that he prints off, puts on his fucking wall, and he just like stares at it every night. Literally like fist against the wall, tears streaming out of his eyes. One day, Boruto fans, one day.
Fucked up. But announcing this lawsuit only made things worse. And I think Chibi was fine with it all because it only fed his persecution complex. This is Mr. Free Speech we're talking about here. I have no sympathy for him in this situation, especially since many of the claims he made bear no proof. One of the most infamous was when he said his haters hacked into his DeviantArt account, spamming CP onto it. But in the screenshots he himself posted, it shows that there's 0 posts on the account at all. He did later show this random post as evidence, but it mentions nothing about CP, and was obviously made by a troll in order to rile him up. He did also mention filing a police report, citing such life-threatening posts as, "Bitch, I'm gonna fucking shove my aborted fetus up your ass if you keep this rage bait shit up, ho." Groundbreaking stuff. This sounds like a
No way. Oh my god, he included that in the police report. Can we get anything else? Can we get... No, what the fuck is this? In conclusion, the last account stated, quote, "If I ever saw you in real life, I would stop the brainstem out yo head and... Wait, what? And spit on yo shaking corpse. One individual, particularly, has posted his personal information on Twitter. Mr. Sieber stated that this individual posted his full name, which he was open about, his address, which he was open about, how much he paid for his property tax. Damn. A picture of his house, and photographs of his brother's gravestone. Okay, we disavow that, we disavow that.
Fetus up your ass if you keep this rage bait shit up, ho. Groundbreaking stuff. This sounds like a slam dunk case, even though Chibi is retarded, and couldn't even pronounce the word plaintiff correctly.
I have been told that I could get a, hopefully I pronounce it right, a plaintiff lawyer. Forgive me if I say it wrong.
Thank you to Legal Mindset for giving me all the possible support I would need to be able to, to prosecute this legal action. Hugely appreciate it. Big ups. We appreciate you.
So anyway, I would be filing as a plaintiff?
Did this guy send him court instructions in fucking Taiwanese? Literally, what did he send to this guy?
Wrong. But
is this like Anthony Garudia sending Otterly Noah like college-level fucking courses to be able to improve his videos?
Apparently there is a lawyer I can...
Something tells me that this legal advice has been massively oversold. I can't quite put my finger on what, though.
Get that, basically will only ask for funds if I win, and I'm very certain I'm going to win. I have no doubt in my mind, like, at all. Like, I am 100% certain I'm going to win this case. There's just too much evidence I have right now.
He was so confident that he set up a Give Send Go fundraiser in February 2025. He intended to use it for his defamation case, though he doesn't cite anyone specifically. He just throws up a collage of people being mean to him on Twitter.
Let's give evidence to the defamation campaign. This right here is just a little bit of post of the day I got suspended last week for Twitter. Now, this is definitely related to the whole situation with the defamation and doxing and all that because of just the legal damage and just the damages done to me as a person.
No, the 25th Unwa is saying the anime community can finally rest. Boruto fans won in the end. The guy that got Chibi suspended was actually gloated about it. Dude created 40 alt accounts just to spam report him. He went private, so I don't have the screenshots at the moment, but that was some real terminally online shit. It's deserved, though. This is the one that he bookmarked. It's deserved, though. Lolicons are fat and greasy, just like Chibi reviews. This is the shit that he's suing over. This is the shit that he's rolling into fucking court.
Your Honor, Ramilla called me fat and greasy on Twitter.
Yeah. Dead to rights, bro. Dead to rights. 100%. 100%. Hundreds of thousands of dollars just waiting there. Just waiting there for the lawsuit. Chibi Reviews got suspended? We eating good now.
My brand, my family, it's just done a lot. And even if all these individuals, you know, don't really know what they're doing, it showcases the overwhelming amount of people that genuinely believe that I'm basically the spawn of Hitler, or Hitler himself, or a pedophile.
Yes, we got Gogeta saying throw bricks at pedophiles, some soldiers reading a Hitler dead newspaper, and someone who made a joke about his dead brother.
You literally see him say, owner of Chibi Reviews, we smoking on Eddie. That's my brother's name. That's my brother.
Why the fuck would you read this out loud unless you have some sort of humiliation fetish? In fact, why even sue these people at all? These are randos on Twitter with barely any likes on their tweets. What money are you gonna get from them? Do you really think Namek on Twitter is gonna pay out that dough? And how would Chibi prove damages? He did show a sponsor not wanting to work with him because of the controversy, but it was more than likely because he posts softcore porn to Twitter. Even BetterHelp has standards. Chibi clearly didn't have anything figured out. He just decided to impulsively sue everyone. He didn't even consult a lawyer yet. He was just told by Legal Mindset that this was a great idea. Probably because that guy is a soulless grifter who will suck up to anyone for clout. He even deleted this tweet where he promotes the Give Send Go. Chibi and
Really? Wait, what? He deleted it. Why? What?
anyone for clout. He even deleted this tweet.
Dude, does anybody else remember the fucking... the firestorm around Frogan, including that she might also use her fundraising money for, like, personal bills? Interesting. Very, very interesting. Very, very interesting. A lot of these people were crying and bitching and moaning and going fucking insane that Frogan had scammed her fans. She wasn't even paying the legal bills, bro. She wasn't even paying the legal bills. What did they have? What have any of these freaks said when Chibi Reviews raised all of these funds, thousands of dollars, by the way, and never filed a single fucking lawsuit? Never did anything with the money that he fucking raised. Huh? Chibi Reviews has suffered egregious harassment and defamation, so if you have the capacity, please consider supporting him and defending himself from clear slander.
Where he promotes the Give Send Go. Chibi ended up spending
You generalizing? Yeah, I am.
thousands just on these consultations, and none of these
I mean, yeah, I'm talking, like, in particular about Legal Mindset.
lawyers he saw wanted to take the case. This just sounded like a scam. And those who thought this were vindicated. Once Chibi revealed what he actually did with the 17k he raised, he jerked off so much that his ballsack started crumbling apart, giving him a twisted testicular appendix. He spent the remainder of the money he raised on the surgery, deciding to record some of it for his humiliation fetish.
I told my fiance to record me leaving the hospital. Like, they're gonna roll me out in a wheelchair. From my knowledge, from what they told me, I'm most likely going to be rolled out in a wheelchair because I'm going to be under anesthesia. I'm probably going to be like drooling on myself basically because of everything. I told my fiance to record, like, how I look and all that. So depending on how the footage looks and what my fiance records of me after post-operation, I will upload it probably on Saturday or Sunday. And you're probably wondering why. Well, I might as well make the most of it. I mean, I'm already basically spending an arm and a leg just to be able to get this surgery just for something so stupid.
Look at the
I have a vagina now. Please, please, please. Don't let this be the fucking thread through the entire drama. The fact that this guy's gonna transition. What did he expect the nurses and the doctors were gonna fucking do with him on the operating table? He's expecting to get wheeled out of the fucking hospital, drilled on his fucking shoulder? Is he paying them for a fucking happy finish? I don't think that goes on insurance, does it?
this guy. He looks like Zeke from Total Drama, with a Freddie Mercury mustache. Why did his fiancée have to sit him in the back of the car like this? She might as well have given him a booster seat and a tablet he can cough on. I bet Legal Mindset got them tickets to Thailand, so he can get back alley surgery and end up a hermaphrodite. It wouldn't be until September.
Man, you know the brutal thing about all of this is like having one of your fiancés or having your fiancé be so integrated into your online persona, and then publicly going through the breakup with your friend that also knows all of your online activity. Just the idea that on like a flat screen TV, huge, HD, 4K, in their living room that they're, you know, in their living room of the house that they're renting together. They're like watching this shit and laughing at you. How does that stuff not go through your fucking head? Like all the embarrassing moments of your career, your girlfriend and your ex-best friend are now watching that shit to be able to fucking mock you in their new relationship.
Galley surgery and end up a hermaphrodite. It wouldn't be until September that Chibi admitted to using the money for his surgery, even keeping the fundraiser up for many more months until quietly deleting it. So yeah, this was a scam. During all of this, one of Chibi's ex-partners came out with some allegations against him. In November 2024, Samantha May tweeted, "2 years ago today, I was in the worst relationship of my life.
How did this man have a fiance? Well, it seems like she was like freshly 18 by the time that those guys started dating. So she was quite young. And then a year into their relationship, he pops the question and they get engaged. So it seems like it was like super fucking rushed. He finally realized that he found a girl who was attracted to him, and he was like slapping a ring on it immediately to be able to lock that shit down. That kind of stuff does not come every day for Chibi reviews. A woman that can stand to be in the same room as him? Come on. That doesn't happen every day. So, yeah. She was 17. Listen, that's an allegation that's gone around for a little while. Chibi has never addressed that. Chibi has never refuted that. And some of the evidence does seem to line up, but that's a pretty fucking heavy allegation, so I'm not sure.
Was constantly taken advantage of, neglected, treated horribly. It's pretty vague, though she did mention in the replies that he was very toxic to her and unfaithful. I honestly wouldn't have even mentioned this in my video, cause...
Is that the fiance? No, that was the first girlfriend that he had. That's not the fiance.
There really isn't a lot to go off of here. No evidence, just a couple of tweets. But months later, right as he began the fundraiser, Chibi made a 30-minute response video. And instead of clearing things up, he only made the situation even worse. You know how an obvious sign of someone lying is when they over-embellish a story? They'll add unnecessary detail to make it seem like they're telling the truth. This is the best way to sum up this video. He does pull up some of their text messages and tries to add context, but his explanations are laughably bad. When it comes to the claims of physical abuse, he shows messages where she says he hit her with a shovel. He explains that he didn't hit her, and she instead sat on the shovel.
Firstly, it fell on you because when you sat down, give context, I want to do it. Basically, in my front yard there was a fire pit, and there was plastic chairs. We were raking leaves and digging a hole or whatever for a fire pit, and I forget if it was a shovel or rake, but basically it was put on her chair. She sat down, and when she sat down, it caused the rake or shovel to shift, and then it bumped right in the head. I didn't do it, just literally it moved and hit her head. Obviously, I did what you're supposed to do. I comforted her. I was like, "Are you okay? Do I need to take you to the doctor? Do you have a concussion?" All that type of stuff. But basically, she blamed me, saying, obviously, I hit her in the head with it.
This sounds like something right out of a cartoon. Next, you're gonna tell me that Chibi painted the wall to look like a landscape and she ran through it. You think this is something?
Yeah, I was gonna go with, like, dropping fucking anvils.
You think this is bad? This chicanery? He's done worse. That shovel. Are you telling me that a woman happens to sit on it? No, he orchestrated it. Chibi. She also explains that stuff like this happened a lot, and he asserts that she's clumsy. But the example he brings up is their dog stepping on her face, which has nothing to do with her being clumsy. Where in these messages does she even mention a dog?
Wait, what? Hold on. You wobbled it, and it smacked my eye like always. It was not okay, Jacob. But I was, it was not okay, Jacob, but I was not physically abusing you. I was trying to make you understand my experience, because you didn't understand me. I just did it in the wrong way, because my adrenaline was high from trying to run away from you.
Which has nothing to do with her being clumsy. Where in these messages does she even mention a dog?
You wobbled it and it smacked my eye like always. Now what she means by always, I don't know how it happened, but most of the time she was clumsy, and sometimes my dog would walk in the bed, and sometimes, you know, she would accidentally step on her face. It happens.
Wait, yeah, what? No, Rob's right. Him being clumsy and his girlfriend alleging physical abuse, that was all down to the dog accidentally stepping on her face.
Small dog, my little Shiba, Casca, but it happened, and I would get blamed.
Well, you understand, my girlfriend accused me of serially punching her in the fucking mouth every time that England would lose the football. However, you have to understand, okay? Let me explain. So, there was this seagull, okay? Okay, you've already fucking lost.
For it, basically. That's what she's trying to say. But, yeah, to give full disclosure, I'm not trying to hide anything. That's basically what happened.
But what even started this in the first place? Well, apparently they had some big blowout argument. Not over anything important. They were verbally duking it out over astrophysics or some bullshit.
This goes to show just how crazy and toxic the relationship was. The reason why galaxies are randomly being brought up here is that prior to this, like a few days later, or earlier, before all this went down, she was arguing with me about galaxies and how, like, one of the main galaxies are galaxies going around a supermassive black hole, basically. And she was saying, nah, that's not real, that's not true, or whatever, and I showed her articles, she didn't want to believe it. It was something along the lines of that, and then she argued with me and then ghosted me, basically, for days, and then it led to this situation right here. Once again, you can see how toxic the relationship got.
And this.
Very credible retelling, I think. Very, very credible retelling. Woman being stupid, not understanding basic science. You explain basic science to woman block you. Woman block you for days. I'm sure that's how it went. Yeah, 100%.
This is how he begins to paint her as the abusive one. But the only other thing he has on her is an incident in which she grabbed.
Like, the context around all of this stuff is fucking crazy. Like, he's dropping fucking shit on her head while she's in a hole. It's like, well, you understand it. She sat back in a chair and it kind of wobbled a little bit. And then she's talking about him constantly punching her in the fucking face. It's like, oh, well, you know, the dog was stepping on her. And then they're talking about what, like, emotional abuse that was going on. It's like, well, you understand. Have you ever heard of the man Neil deGrasse Tyson? Let me explain it to you.
Grabbed his neck in the
Again, I'm not making any fucking hardcore allegations against Chibi, right? You understand? I'm just saying the explanations there are fucking insane.
Car after getting angry with him.
So she was running because of stuff like that, and, you know, she, upon her adrenaline, she does physical harm to me.
Upon her adrenaline. Dude, that is such a great quote. He really is just cobbling random words together, hoping his audience doesn't realize how dumb this all sounds.
Obviously, I didn't take a picture of it, because I never expected I would be sharing this with anyone online. But the replies alone basically showcase she just admits that she physically abused me, but downplays it to say she didn't physically abuse me.
Dude.
She doesn't say that. Hold on. What? I put my neck on your, I put my hand on your neck to demonstrate. I was not physically assaulting you. I was demonstrating how my attacker took me down. I never physically abused you, Jacob. The reason I apologized for that is because I realized that you did not know how that feeling felt when somebody attacks you. Not because I was attacking you.
Dude, it's explained in those very messages. She did not do it to hurt you. She was demonstrating something her previous partner had done to her because he was being aloof. This I completely believe based on how Chibi conducts himself. He then claims that after they broke up, she got pregnant with his kid. No text evidence for this. It's all coming from his mouth. They did have one phone call about this, where she revealed she aborted it without his knowledge.
I'm assuming she was just gauging my expression, seeing what type of person I was. She then tells me I aborted it.
Dude, shut the fuck up! Shut the fuck up! What the fuck was that face grab? Dude, that woman deserves a fucking Nobel Peace Prize. Aborting Chibi reviews his child? That's a fucking service to humanity.
Forgive me for that.
Shut the fuck up! You literally clipped it. You kept it in. You could have reshot that if you wanted to. Hold on. Can we double check? We do this to women, okay? Only fair. Eye analysis. Can we see any moisture? Any moisture at all? Any little bit of wet? Any reflection? Any... No tears. I'm not seeing any tears.
She literally called me to say she was pregnant, and then when I started asking what to do, she said she aborted it.
Call her evil all you want, Chibi, but I don't blame her for doing this. In fact, she did the whole world a favor, cause in no way should this guy breed and allow his offspring to run amok within society. Though who—
Oh my god, could you imagine him on the fucking playground?
Yeah, my dad's a YouTuber. Yeah, my dad's a YouTuber. Yo, can we see his channel?
And this is what they fucking find.
Hina is my lolly of the season.
No way should this guy breed and allow
tapes. That's just Steven's just being a silly guy.
Oh.
Bone emoji, share emoji.
Enough said. Thank you, Lizzie, for the 5.
his offspring to run amok within society. Though who's to say this is even real? He could easily show his phone record to prove this phone call happened, but he won't. He'll
I mean, I believe that probably happened. I don't know. I don't know if you necessarily need evidence for that. Doesn't seem to even point to anything, you know?
complain about his ex making unsubstantiated claims against him, but he's doing the same thing right now. I'm not exactly siding with her either, but Chibi's conduct makes me really suspicious of him. I can't say he's guilty, but I won't blame someone for thinking in that direction. He even ends the video grandstanding about all the support he gets from his fans, and brings up his relationship with his fiancée.
Thankfully, I have a very supportive fiancée that loves me a lot. Without her, I don't think I would be able to handle everything that continuously happens. I'm gonna be blunt.
And this leads us to another question. Ladies and gents, this leads us to a more important question. Apparently, if you ask this question, all right, you're supporting cheating, you're saying that this guy should have topped himself, okay? I'm wondering why his entire friendship group decided to stick on the side of the guy who cheated on his girlfriend with him and the girlfriend, right? Why did they choose them over Chibi? Very strange. Very, very strange. I said at the time that I was looking forward to seeing the actual allegations drop from that girl and maybe a little bit of the behind the scenes, you know? Never came. Unfortunately, never came. We had to wait 2 years for the last one. Maybe we'll have to wait the same for this one, but hey ho. Probably never coming out.
But I can, thanks to her.
Despite mentioning over and over again how his family is getting harassed, weaponizing that claim against his critics, Chibi can't help but show off his fiancée any chance he gets, making unfunny Twitter posts about their weird fetishes, oversharing to a ludicrous extent. In February of this year, one of these posts caused doubt, with one person asserting that he faked the relationship, so he doesn't seem like a pathetic loser. In response, he shows off her engagement ring, which totally isn't something an insecure guy does in response to a random Twitter comment. But this post aged.
Also, the thing is, this guy's already getting harassment by this time, right? That's another thing you've got to add into the mix of this. He's complained about the harassment. He believes that his detractors are fucking insane, and they will try and kill him, in his opinion. They want him dead. And then he's publicizing the fucking face of his girlfriend slash fiance at the time. Literally, what are you doing? Are you trying to get her killed? I guess he's trying to collect some fucking life insurance checks, maybe. I don't know.
Incredibly poorly not even a week later, as one night he cryptically posted, "I wanna die." His next post was just as confusing. Deleted the post of my hospital armband. To clarify, I am fine and was discharged this morning from the hospital. I had a mental break and I did almost die last night, but I was saved at the last moment. Honestly, don't want to elaborate too much further on it if I can help it. He then posted one of the craziest tweets of the year, which reads, "Just lost my fiance, my best friend, and my entire friend group in 24 hours. I have never been more alone than right now." And then he uploaded a video titled,
"Why is that making me laugh?" Literally, why is that making me laugh? It's reminding me of the whole fucking drama. Dude, the Chibi Reviews stuff is like the most like Schadenfreude fucking mentally twisted drama to laugh at in existence. It genuinely tests my sanity every time that we talk about it.
"I lost everything," which really is the cherry on top. It's the epitome of
even the fucking title of the video, man. It still fucking brings me back.
"I'm a sad, lonely fat. Here's some embarrassing information about me. Please don't bully me with it."
Maybe
Rob, show the ring. Rob, show the ring. Rob's Media, show the ring right now.
I'm oversharing. This will be used against me to mock me or whatever.
Ding 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 ding. Wow, mate, you know us really well. So what happened here is that Chibi's fiance was cheating on him the whole time with his best friend, who we'll just refer to as the Bull. It's very emotional for him, as he spends much of this video crying, with lengthy intermissions of dead air as he sobs.
I discover my fiance cheating on me with my best friend of 10 years. I confronted her about this, and She apologized. I, being with her already for multiple years, and then finding out my best friend, so much betrayal.
Now, I'm
So much betrayal. So much betrayal. It's so fucking good. This entire video is total fucking Kino. Dude, this is gonna be like archived in 1,000 different places, so this shit is never gonna fucking go. But holy fuck.
out here thinking, did he know about this the whole time and didn't say anything? Cause Chibi is the type of guy who would enjoy being cucked. This guy has gone on Twitter multiple times talking about how he enjoys NTR, which I've come to learn is a type of hentai that involves cuckoldry. Though conflictingly, he said that he doesn't enjoy it, and previously denied being a cuck. I just don't believe he didn't know, as his fiancée was sending nudes to her bowl, along with
What? No, really?
random men on Discord.
He was sending
I didn't know about this. This is brand new information, I think.
her nudes. And just the cut.
Chibi emphasizes the emotional damage this has had on his life, as he viewed this best friend as like a brother.
Yo, Aiden, thank you for the raid.
Makes sense, as his real brother is buried in a cemetery somewhere.
We smoking on Eddie.
What really hurts? Best friend of 10 years. He knew everything. He knew my life story.
He also knew every inch of your fiancé. Rob, why are you being so cruel to Chibi? What did he ever do to you? Nothing yet. This guy is just an overconfident scumbag, and seeing him like this is really funny to me. He was apparently such a douche that his own friend group sided against him in this drama.
True. Undermentioned fact.
Choosing the bull over him because he sucked at playing League of Legends.
They admit to me.
We don't know that. Wait. We don't know that, alright? We don't know that. That was speculated after the fact, at the time, because he's like, oh, we prefer playing games with him. Really? 10 years? He's had this friendship group for 10 years, and they fucking slide like that? I don't know if I know that. I don't know if I agree with that. I don't know if I side with that at all. I think that's a lie.
They don't care, basically, what my used-to-be best friend did. They prefer gaming with him, and I thought these guys were my friends. I did.
Yeah, here we go.
And they, more or less, they just cared about gaming with him. And
Yeah? Really? I just do not fucking believe this at all. Your friends preferred gaming with your other friend, and so they abandoned you after it got revealed that your friend was fucking cheating on with your girlfriend. I just don't know if that happens, right? I don't know if that happens. If you've got, listen, okay, it's going to be like complicated friendship dynamics, to be completely fucking clear. It legitimately fucking is, right? When stuff like this happens. But it tends to divide friendship groups somewhat. Somebody picks one side at least. You know? There is some kind of fucking split. The idea that everybody sided with her and him and fucking cast you into the outer darkness. Nah, something else went on there.
And they didn't care about everything. They're completely okay with everything. And so, more or less, I lost my whole friend group. My best friend that I basically called a brother.
Imagine how terrible of a person you have to be for all your friends to pick the cheaters over you. All of this was a breaking point for Chibi, who decided it was time to end it all. He began by storming out of the house and heading to the liquor store, buying a pack of beers.
I went to the liquor store. I bought alcohol that was the same alcohol, the last alcohol, that I drank with my brother.
He claims he wanted to drink himself to death, but I doubt he drank more than 2 beers before giving up. This guy is way too egotistical to kill himself.
And I drank.
Well, I don't know if that's necessarily a metric. I think that he just like lies online for attention, right?
Drank. And drank. Just sitting there drinking. And I was inches from death.
Rob, he's drinking himself to death, and you're laughing. You're laughing. He's pulling a King Cobra JFS because of what you did. This guy is too incompetent to actually pull something like this off. It's like a
I just think if you're actually gonna do it, you're gonna do it some other way. The idea of literally like drinking yourself to death, I don't believe that. I just don't believe it. I just don't believe it. This guy is totally uncredible. He lies about online drama all the fucking time. Lies about his own personal details all the fucking time. I just do not fucking believe him.
expecting Boogie to end his own life. He'll never do it. He's got anti-CSAM laws to stop. Have you guys ever seen The Room by Tommy Wiseau?
How much is it?
It'll be $18.
Here you go. Keep the change. Hi, doggy.
You're my favorite customer.
Thanks a lot. Bye.
I don't know why, but
Oh, good point. Yeah, the reason why suicides are a lot higher in the United States than any other country, right? He is a gun owner. I don't want to speculate on it too much. Possibly because it's partly tasteless. Also because it's probably against the YouTube terms of service, right? But like there are 1,000 different ways that would have been more immediate, a lot better, if he actually wanted to go through with it. I don't believe this fucking drinking story.
Chibi's life has so many similarities to the main character, Johnny. It's about a weird oddball who somehow has friends and a loving fiancé, but things are crumbling apart behind the scenes. He's accused of abuse, and his reaction to it only makes the situation worse.
I did not hit her. It's not true. It's bullshit. I did not hit her. I did not. Oh, hi, Mark.
Oh, hey, Johnny, what's up?
The whole time, his fiancé is cheating on him with his best friend, which he's somewhat aware about.
If you keep your girl satisfied, she will come to me.
Get out my house. I kill you. I'll bring him in full body.
Stop it!
I kill you.
This is totally destroying my fucking head canon right now, because I'd imagine the other friend is being black the entire time.
Master,
You'll kill me if you try.
you betrayed me. You're not good. You're just a chicken. Chip, 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 chip.
His response is to get really drunk and act out, ending with him taking his own life.
Everybody betrayed me.
Several things of it don't make sense. If he drank as much as he makes it seem, he would have gotten his stomach pumped. If they knew he was S, they would have held him in a psych ward. His story is bullshit. I don't know if I necessarily. I'm not super concrete behind all of that, but there are certain details that don't make sense here as well. Another thing, right? If you were truly intending to take that path, I guess take. I don't know, drink yourself to death or whatever the fuck. Why would you talk about alcohol in general and the last alcohol that you drank with your brother? You'd be going for spirits, surely. You'd be going for vodka, rum, whiskey, something like that if that was the way you decided you want to go through with it. Not alcohol. Because when he says alcohol, he means something lighter, like beer, right? That's what he's fucking talking about. There's just so many details there that don't make sense at all.
I don't have a friend in the world. Why? Why is this happening to me? Why? It's over. God, forgive me.
But Chibi never
Here lies Chibi, died of a 12-pack. That's what I'm fucking saying. Yeah, if he's gonna kill himself with shots, there are better shots he could have chosen. That's all I'm saying.
fully went down that path, as he was saved by none other than Nicholas Light and Tectone. They called a
Surely GB definitely drinks those girly mixers. Goes to the fucking liquor store. Well, I guess it's the end of me. I guess it's time to go. Puts the White Claw in the basket. Reaches for the second White Claw. Yeah, I think that'll be enough. I think that'll be it.
Wellness check on him, and a police officer managed to send him to a mental hospital.
So, I'm getting messaged. Somehow, Nicholas Light has my number. He saved me, it's fine. And then Tectone, apparently, he gives me a call as well, and they're worried about me. And so many others reached out that I didn't. I thank you. I do. Just oh.
Nicholas Light is another degenerate anime YouTuber who had his secret OnlyFans leaked. Ironic, since he's spoken out against women who do it. Gooners together strong, I suppose. Though I bet Tectone had his back, as Chibi has been one of the few creators to defend his rape abundance. He ended up deleting some of these tweets when Mizkif called him out, though some are still up where he cum guzzles the guy. I'd assume unconsensually, as that's how Tectone likes it. I'm sure he only helped this guy out, because he doesn't want one of his few remaining friends to drink himself to death. Who else does he have? Nuxtaku? Think Before You Sleep? Legal Mindset? It's like assembling Hitler's top guys. Speaking of which, Chibi would soy out about the hate he was getting, reposting a drawing someone made of him being ensouled by Adolf. He could have simply ignored all of this, but he has to read and respond to every single hate comment.
Please show me that tweet. We need to go back and read that.
Reposting a drawing.
Despite how this is supposed to make me look like human filth, a racist, and used as slander, I would like to point out, somebody dedicated time to draw this art of me. It was AI generated. Yeah, I can solve that one for you right now. It was AI generated.
Someone made of him being ensouled by Adolf.
The sugar amount makes you puke before the alcohol ends you with girly drinks. I mean, yeah, I guess that is true. Dude, thank God we had Nicholas Light with Chibi that night, okay? He was about to start a 20-year process of developing diabetes. Thankfully, we stopped it on night 1, okay? Nicholas Light was there. Huge W Nicks in the chat.
He could have simply ignored all of this, but he has to read and respond to every single hate comment.
Just because you don't like the art doesn't make it AI. It's not because I don't like the art, it's because I've seen that image of Chibi reviews elsewhere, right? If somebody's making a meme image to be able to mock Chibi reviews by, I don't know, putting Hitler there consoling him, 9 times out of 10 that's generated by AI. Let's be real.
I am still here, and I have read everybody's comments. I have seen what you have said, and I plan to respond to as many as I possibly can in the upcoming days.
He soon made this long-ass post, which garnered him even less sympathy. He shows his support for ICE and ends it with that, I bid farewell for tonight, which is the most Redditor shit I've ever seen.
So, with that though, thank you guys. You have a very blessed day, and, thank you. Yeah.
In his update video, Chibi claimed he wanted to go on a brief hiatus in order to emotionally recover, but it didn't take him long to start posting to Twitter again. A lot of it was him LARPing as a changed man, posting pictures of himself at the gym. Was successful, feel exhausted after the 2-hour workout, definitely out of shape and needs to get better at it. Yet not a single drop of sweat, despite using the stepping machine. What was he doing? 1 step every 2 minutes? Every step represents the amount of thrusts his bull did to his fiancée? Nobody who's actually getting a good workout does it for 2 hours. If you're by yourself, you should only need to work out for like 45 minutes tops. Though maybe Chibi spends half his workout posting to Twitter, seething at anyone who calls him a pedophile. Starting in late March, Chibi would begin beefing with Schlepp, a YouTuber.
Dude, I've completely forgot. This was the drama that made me heel turn on Schlepp, right? Yeah, we've had, you know, tacit, you know, tactical support going on for Schlepp for several months now, after he's been beefing with Chibi reviews. We are begging, we are pleading Schlepp to drop the fucking Predator catch any day now, alright? I know he's working on it. I know in my soul that Schlepp is working on this stuff. I can't wait for the drop.
Known for his predator catching content. He made a post rightfully pointing out the link between lolly and pedophilia, which quickly pissed Chibi off. He downplays lolly as simply fictional content, claiming the witch hunt against it will distract from quote-unquote actual criminals hurting people, though this tactic doesn't work on Schlepp, as he actually gets these people arrested. So instead he speculates that Schlepp might be a predator himself, something he has no evidence for besides vibes.
And in fact, most of the time when people are this adamant about lolly content that are basically saying it is the equivalent of actual real people, most of the time from what I have seen, they turn out to be some form of, like, a problem or a criminal themselves, or they have skeletons in the closet. Something is going on there.
I mean, not only is this hypocritical, it's just retarded.
I mean, it is super fucking retarded. That means that 90% of society are pedophiles, and they have raped children in the past. Somehow, I don't quite think that's true, right? The average normie person just thinks that, like, oh, you jerk off to, like, drawings of kids? Oh, wow, yeah, you're like a pedophile, I think, right? It's just so fucking retarded.
You see this a lot with lolicons. They like labeling their critics as antis, and claim they're the real pedos for pointing out the obvious. It's just projection because these guys are insecure little freaks.
Like, you are absolutely, you know, we can leave it to one side jerking off to drawings of little kids. If you've formed a community off of jerking off the drawings of little kids, to the point where you've got, like, a common name that you use to be able to, I don't know, label derogatorily like people who think that jerking off to drawings of little kids is bad. Yeah, the points are starting to add up there, okay? The points are starting to add up, and it's not looking good at all.
Even Rape Tone, who has his own lolly-related controversies, couldn't defend Chibi here, causing him to vague post on main about how the guy is a traitor. This whole drama led to Chibi posting this meme trying to poke fun at the antis, leading to this now infamous tweet from Kiwi Farms user TaxedBrass. It's just a drawing! Compelling argument. I'm digging up your brother and turning him into a chair. This was the tweet, the one that really broke Chibi. He soon posted, "If you see that post, please report it. The police in the area are investigating and on watch right now. If you have no idea what I'm talking about, then leave it at that."
What about free speech? What? What happened to fictional content? Fictional content? That was AI generated.
Yeah, he called the police over an obviously AI generated image made by a troll. Remember when he complained about police resources being wasted to go after lolicons? Well,
true.
Well, here's the pot calling the kettle black. If you don't know, this bit comes from Big Bungie's Chibi video, used to poke fun at his ludicrous argumentations.
Chibi reviews, you are an ugly, dysgenic pedophile. And he says, it's just drawings. Hey, it's fictional. It's not real. Well, okay. I'm gonna go dig up your brother's corpse. We're gonna turn him into a chair.
And this is TaxedBrass taking the joke to the next level, using an already—
Oh wait, fuck, really? I didn't realize that. Somebody got the fucking joke from Chibi, from Big Bungie originally. I had no fucking clue. I thought that he got that from them. Based.
Public photo of his brother's grave and making memes out of it. You can say it's kind of fucked up, but I can't help but enjoy how absurd and hilarious this all is. It's not even the joke itself. It's getting this supposed free speech absolutist to squirm, showing his inconsistencies. All fictional content is okay to him, unless it hurts his feelings.
Let me turn you into a human chair. Let me just, cut you up and put you into a chair. I mean, you'd be fine with that, wouldn't you? I mean, come on. It's not bad. I mean, you just die and you turn into a chair.
He immediately got his fanbase to mass report the tweet, claiming his brother's grave was doxed, despite how public it all was thanks to Chibi himself. In spite of this, the tweet by Brass still remains up, replying,
yeah, I mean, it's genuinely, it's really difficult to be able to give any fucking sympathy, right? Everyone's made the fucking joke. How the fuck are you doxing a corpse? Personally identifiable information? Literally what person? But, yeah, okay. That's probably fucked up and it's like an invasion into somebody's privacy. The problem is that, I don't know, like, Chibi gives out so much information. It's really, really difficult at that point to start, like, drawing lines around it, you know? So he gives out his full name. Like, full legal name, he gives that stuff out in his description and links to his personal profiles. Then he gives out the real first name of his dead brother. Dude, like, you've given out the state that you live in, the presumed kind of, like, ballpark age of your brother, and you've given out his full name as well. Like, that just kind of follows on, no? Like, again, it's an invasion into somebody's personal life. It's bad, I would say. You shouldn't be posting that stuff. But it's really, really hard to have any kind of sympathy. You've given out so much personal information about your stuff, about yourself. You just have brought it on yourself, you know?
Report it all you want, Chibi. It won't unchair your brother. Instead of ignoring this, Chibi capitalized off the situation, even posting a now deleted YouTube video titled, "My brother's grave was just doxed and millions saw it. Great way to make sure people don't find the dox."
There's no point.
Yeah, I mean, the way that he acts with it after the fact as well, and he's got 2 million views, but this guy's been telegraphing every single time that somebody posts his brother's fucking grave. It becomes difficult again to believe, like, really? You want this shit private? Do you actually?
And me even censoring this picture, because millions of people have seen it. My big content creators that already hate me are already spreading this around either through retweets, quote retweets, or just tweets in general mocking me and my deceased brother. It is absolutely horrific and ghoulish just how people are. How far they...
Fuck graves. Let's be pro ghoulish behavior. Let's dig up some fresh sleepers and make funny poses.
They will go to try to drag someone down. Because you want to know what they really want from me? These people want me to die. That's what they want. They want to drive me to the point of insanity to be done.
They want to drive him to the 3rd beer. They want to drive him to the 4th White Claw.
That's what they want.
Chibi, everyone knows you're not going to end it all, man. You apparently tried before and it failed. And that was before the internet even knew your girl was getting plowed by her bull.
And if it's not that, which that is definitely what they want to just run me off the internet. Either A, by canceling my YouTube channel, like completely shutting it down, shutting down my social medias, completely just being completely done with it. Basically, their objective is to run me off the internet, completely silence me, get me to stop talking.
Listen, dog, I don't want you deplatformed for any of this shit. That cuck video alone is enough for people to want you to continue. This guy is like a cautionary tale on how not to be a YouTuber.
This intense, like, hatred and slander against me, people throwing random buzzwords against me for 2 years at this point now, is because I started defending fictional content, because I'm anti-censorship, because I think restricting artistic expression within artwork, literature, and just being able to have it in video games as well, I think it's wrong to try to restrict that.
Chibi.
That's not even why the majority of people believe that this guy is like, or like actually hate this guy. It is the constant posting of lolly on Twitter. The most disgusting varieties of like little fucking kids, like cousins, 10-year-old cousins, having sex. It's so fucking gross. It's so fucking gross. And it's the intentional rage baiting that you do as well. Like, you complain about how insane these people are, and you spend half of your time online trying to like farm outrage from them. And then you cry when it blows up in your fucking face. How long does it go on before people can just say like, oh, okay, nice. Yeah, I've got no sympathy for you anymore.
How are you gonna be saying all that? You're restricting Tax Brass's artistic expression, having his tweet mask flagged. This man made some beautiful art, and if you don't like it, I'm gonna call you a pedophile. I think you get the point now. You can't be Mr. Free Speech and want all these posts making fun of you taken down. Though despite people telling him this, his behavior worsened. He began beefing with the gossip forum Kiwi Farms and its owner Joshua Moon. This started because of a post on the site Soyjack Party, where someone joked about putting pictures of Soyjacks in Chibi's mailbox. Instead of pinning the blame on this website, he pins it on Kiwi Farms for simply reposting it, and adding on a couple of jokes about sending black guys to his house to have sex with him. He claims this...
Wait, what? I don't even think Rob's getting that part correctly, is it? Oh, that's what Kiwi Farms was saying. Yeah, okay. Can we start a GoFundMe for the rape and wars? I'm going to give those fine gentlemen what they're worth. We're going to need $200 to get the rape and wars to his house. Don't worry, we made the mass. I love the bones of his dead brother.
Sorry, this is fucking stupid. He claims this is a full-blown assassination attempt, and that the farmers are the main guys responsible for the harassment campaign against him. I'm sure he'll get some flack for this, mainly from the left-leaning people in my audience, but I am going to defend Kiwi Farms here. Huh? While I don't like them posting people's...
I don't know necessarily if it's like a left or right thing anymore. I think people are just largely settled, but like, Kiwi Farms exists. Not much you can do about it anymore. I think most people have like come to live with it.
Personally identifiable information, the site does have rules. They very blatantly discourage targeted harassment, as it's just really a gossip forum where randos talk shit. Yes, they say mean things, but a lot of the big claims against them have been fabricated over the years. If you have extra time, I highly recommend watching this video by Tactical Consumption, which goes over a lot of this. The only evidence Chibi actually has against the farms is this post, which was quickly deleted by moderators for breaking their rules. The only reason he got the screenshots is because he reads his own thread 24/7. He's staying up at night, waiting to see what DickButt427 says about him. If you don't know what he's doing here, Chibi is pulling a Keffels. He wants to distract people from his multiple different scandals, so he's trying to divert attention to Kiwi Farms in order to garner sympathy. Though, while Keffels portray the farmers as a bunch of right-wing chuds, Chibi's fans are under the impression that it's being run by deranged leftists. The harassment...
Dude, this shit has been so fucking funny. Because you are starting to see a lot of mini Keffels who are cropping up in this kind of general right-wing anime community. Like, a lot of the right-wing VTubers, they'll talk about Kiwi Farms in the exact same way that Keffels will talk about it. But yeah, Rob's right. They think that they're all, like, communists. It's, like, really fucking weird. Yeah, like, they're generally against people who are super into anime. They're against, like, fucking furries, or against them. Usually they just find them fucking funny, you know? They're, like, antisocial freaks that they can fucking mock. But the idea that it's like split a lot on partisan lines, not really.
Harassment that he is getting is coming from other corners of the internet that he's too scared to mention. Call me crazy, but I don't think people on Kiwi Farms are actually going to send a bunch of black guys to his house. The only thing that got sent to his house is a letter in the mail, which he asserts is one big death threat. However, the only thing even remotely close to that is threatening to get him banned off YouTube and Twitter. Maybe to someone as egotistical as CHIBI, that means the same thing.
They were going to take my YouTube from me, they were going to take basically my Twitter from me, and then in between the lines, if you look at it, it's a very veiled threat that they also potentially want to take my life.
Instead of...
What do you mean? You're telling me you don't believe this guy's suicide attempt? What do you mean? He's such an honest guy! Literally nothing about that at all in this. Literally nothing about that at all. When CHIBI's under attack from another community, he will just, like, fabricate stuff, right? He will just lie to be able to present, like, a certain narrative about things. Really makes you think about why his girlfriend and his friendship group decided to side with his girlfriend and his fucking, his bull, you know? Really makes you wonder.
Ignoring this, he chose to post this person's address to get a dunk on them. Typically, I wouldn't care about him revealing this person's identity, as they willingly gave this information to him for malicious reasons. But the problem is that this name and address don't belong to a troll. They belong to someone else entirely, knowing CHIBI would leak it. I'm not gonna say whose info it is, but there's some degenerate pedophile VTuber, one that CHIBI would probably defend if he knew who they were. He should have looked into this, but because he didn't, he essentially became a weapon for these trolls and could potentially dox and harm more people. He's like a nuclear warhead being piloted by a chimpanzee on bath salts. But the more of a victim he came across, the more he'll try to justify some extremely vile behavior. It doesn't matter to CHIBI if he's lying about this stuff. All he wants is for things to escalate. That's why I think he's been lying about being swatted. This photo he posted was most likely from a wellness check called on him, since he loves threatening self-harm. Why would he lie about this? So he can justify similar...
I think that's a little bit of an overreach. So again, like I've said several times during this, I don't think that CHIBI Reviews is necessarily a credible person, right? He does massively fucking overplay stuff. He does massively fucking overplay stuff. Sorry, I just saw a really funny image. Actually, a very condemnable image. Hold on, let me share it with you. Give me 2 seconds. Yeah, somebody just sent me this stuff in DMs. I didn't realize that I'd, like, activated some kind of CHIBI Reviews hater community, you know? People are literally sending me death threats towards him in my DMs right now. It's fucking disgusting behavior. I can't lie. But, anyway, what I was saying, yeah. So I don't think that CHIBI Reviews is, like, you know, like somebody who should necessarily be believed about any story that he tells ever, you know? Because he does lie constantly about a lot of this stuff. But, right? So for the example of the swatting claim, when he posts a picture of him talking with a police officer, and then police cars outside of his house, and then he says that he's been swatted, I wouldn't necessarily say that I believe it, but I wouldn't say strongly that I believe something else happened there, you know? So I wouldn't, like, go around and say, nah, 100% it's a wellness check. 100% it's a wellness check. You legitimately don't know. And this guy does have a lot of harassment, especially around this time, you know? Especially around this time. He's getting people sending stuff to his fucking house. I could believe, despite the fact that it's CHIBI and he lies, that people are actually spotting him. You know what I mean? So I think this is a bad take from Rob. Can we go for 4? Why would you go for 4? 3 does the job.
Actions against his critics. Important advice. Don't throw stones at people wanting you dead. Nah, if they're gonna low blow you, you return it back 120% given the chance. Having rigid pacifism only crumbles into bloodstains on the dirt. The only victory you achieve is being a coward while suffering alone. Not only is CHIBI engaged in doxing, but also mass flagging and targeted harassment. Unlike many of the claims CHIBI has made himself, there actually is evidence for this, though it's hard to find for reasons that will become very apparent soon. For some reason, multiple videos covering CHIBI's antics have been removed or obscured due to violating community guidelines. The YouTuber Shamu, who had been covering CHIBI on various live streams, would have a Twitter video mass flagged only 20 minutes after it went up. He correctly assumes this was due to CHIBI, as the guy had blocked him shortly thereafter.
The edit that I played before all these CHIBI segments, it got hit so quick. Like within 20 minutes, I was blocked by CHIBI, and it was labeled adult content, even though it's just clips from CHIBI's own YouTube channel. I mean, it got flagged into oblivion.
And all the video really is...
Wait, what? Really? I think I missed this part of the fucking drama.
this just didn't percolate, I guess.
There's an edit of Chibi saying embarrassing shits with GTA music in the background, but apparently that's too mature for Twitter. Not the softcore porn Chibi posts to it every day. Chud Logic also had a video taken down that
No, that's true, yeah, Chud got flagged.
discussed Chibi's Mimi on Gaji.
A lot of people were having a lot of fucking videos that they were making about Chibi gone at the fucking time. And then the tweets that people were making, talking about the group harassment, they all ended up getting fucking striked. Now, I've got the benefit of being a teeny tiny shitter that nobody really cares about, right? So I just like went through one of the threads and like catalogued it all on a fucking live stream. I think that's probably still about somewhere,
Okay, bro.
if
You're
anybody
getting
wants
too
to
big
watch
for your
it, but
boots.
yeah, it's fucking insane how much like
Bowling with
penetration there
me,
was
you
into these
junk and
groups.
Willie Mac. Red heart emoji. Red heart emoji.
Thank you, Guna, for the 2. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Wait, what the fuck was I saying? Oh, yeah. But it's insane just how hard or far these people penetrated into Cheap Reviews' fucking mass report group chat, you know? I think there were several, and there were people cataloging each new one. It was insane.
Defense, though the original video he was reacting to is still up on YouTube.
Now, here's the thing. I don't know whether this was AI moderation. I don't know whether it was a normal report. I don't know whether I got mass reported by Chibi, and apparently that was going on with Chibi Reviews. I've got no clue why it is that this video got reported. I also don't understand why the video got taken down, or what it was about my video that was a reason for them to take it down.
Diesel Patches would have multiple of his videos mass flagged as well, with them being hit for child safety violations. This was after Chibi made a tweet slandering Diesel for
I'm not a pedophile. People criticize you. Easiest way to take them down is a report for child safety. That's a good one. That's fucking great.
being a pedo. Additionally, uploading a video which echoed the same talking point.
Coincidentally, child safety is a joke. I mean, dude, it's fucking difficult, right? If you're in YouTube's position, just think about it. Which of out of the entire fucking guidelines, what would be the most immediate, policy where you need to take the fastest, action? Where you want the most amount of, true positives and the least amount of false negatives. You know what I mean? It would be child safety.
Ever since Chibi alluded to me liking little anime girls, I've since had 2 random videos of mine get mass flagged and removed from YouTube for child safety. One video about Pokimane, and another video where I criticize EDP. I don't know for sure who flagged these videos, or if it has something to do with Chibi, but regardless, I'm not going to take that risk.
Now Diesel...
I mean, let's be fucking real. I understand that there's a general perception, or there's a general rule, right? That if you get a video taken down, you're talking about another creator. In commentary, we don't necessarily want to be real quick and start pointing fingers at people who might be totally innocent. However, at the point where you've got a fucking group chat of your most pedophilic, deranged fans, where you're all getting in there like a gaggle of goons to fucking mass report people, yeah. Okay, it's probably fair at that point to start pointing the fucking finger at you. It's probably fair at that point, with the amount of, extensive documentation, it's probably fair to point the finger at you. It's not something happening one time in a public Discord server. It's not something happened one time publicly by one of your fucking fans. You're in those group chats, they are actively organizing it, and you are fucking cheering it on. At that point, probably fair to rest responsibility with you.
Did get in contact with Chibi, to which he showed his...
And you don't even have to hold on to that argument. If you disagree with me, that's totally fucking fair. Because you've got 1,000 other examples of Chibi's fans, objectively, without a fucking doubt, getting people's fucking Twitter accounts taken down and reporting YouTube channels. Even if you don't blame these examples on Chibi.
flagging history. There apparently weren't any videos there, but Diesel believes the videos are being targeted by Chibi's fans. He is 100% correct in believing that, as the group chat was recently leaked, which shows his fans organizing mass flagging campaigns. It's strangely called the MILF and Lolly Guild, and it only got leaked because of a guy named Von Dragon. He's one of
Dickers, he can't keep getting away with it. Unironically, it's this is the reason why doxing, lawsuits, mass reports, that's why this stuff has got such heavy fucking social consequences. Because there's no meta. There's no way to be able to properly address it, you know? If you want to take somebody down who's talking shit about you, you can go for the lowest of the fucking low tactics. And at that point, yeah, okay. There's literally nothing that somebody can do in response.
There's nothing you can do to stop him getting away with it.
One of Chibi's pedo friends who got exposed for sending porn to minors, and he quickly gave up the chat's existence. In here, Chibi's legion of gooners conspire to take down
Yeah, there you are.
posts and videos making fun of him. One user brags about getting a Twitter account banned, to which Chibi replied, "Good shit for getting him." Another account is taken down, and they all celebrate. Chibi's harassers is shot down.
No, I'm not saying that Chibi Reviews is fair game. Well, you know I'm not.
Well, he's gonna be dropping the soap soon. I hope his booty hole hot safety. These guys also talk about deplatforming other YouTubers, including one with a video that only had 1,000 views on it. During the Schlepp drama, users were even given instructions on how to mass report tweets, sending links to specific posts he wanted down. So with all that in mind, how is Chibi any better than he claims Kiwi Farms is? He's doxing people, he's organizing his fans to take stuff down.
To be fair to Chibi, alright, the doxing was incidental. Listen, I'm being totally fucking fair. I wouldn't say that Chibi Reviews is a doxer for that. He doesn't realize that it's the wrong person's information.
Better than he claims Kiwi Farms is. He's doxing people, he's organizing.
Right, like he thinks that somebody sent him a letter and presented to him their full name. You know what I mean? He's retarded and he's reckless, but maliciously trying to dox somebody? No, not really.
His fans to take stuff down. Chibi just sounds like the new Keffels. He's calling this site out for all this heinous shit, while doing worse, while justifying it through lies and deceptions. Don't even be surprised if this video gets hit, as even posts showing these group chat messages are getting taken down. How this is even happening is beyond me, especially since it's over quote-unquote violent speech. Again, this is the free speech guy. The guy who made a whole video complaining about getting mass flagged on Twitter.
What a time, man. I guess it was all those doxers and all those reports I gotten over the past few months that probably finally did me in. I would assume this is probably a false flag situation. I mean, I've been getting a lot of reports against my account, definitely. There's no way I haven't, especially since what happened, you know, back in October with Dawn to Dawn and stuff.
The guy who recently called out the...
And nobody who associates with Chibi, by the way, will ever address this stuff or ever talk negatively about him. You know? Noxtaku, Tectone, Nicholas Light, any of these fucking people, they will never say a single fucking word against them. That is the actual rot going on right now. And I can't think if I can think of in the past with people who talk actively about internet drama, who are plugged in to internet culture, getting away with this shit for so fucking long. You know? Like Tectone, court finds there's reasonable ground that he did in fact rape and stalk his girlfriend. Nobody in that group cares, right? Noxtaku, when his server drama happened, none of those people will accurately describe what happens there. And then Chibi Reviews is found to have a fucking group chat where he's mass reporting people, and still nobody fucking cares. There's no question about association. It's actually fucking insane. Like, there are certain creators in these spheres that have got such big audiences and such insular communities that they can build these little fucking cartels, like little fucking oligarchies for themselves, where nothing will ever fucking touch them. It's actually insane. It's totally fucking insane. But it's team sports to these people, you know? That's the reason why they assume instantly that Kiwi Farms is left-wing and full of communists, because that's the way that they just fucking perceive the world. And anytime that anybody criticizes Chibi, or Asmund, or Tectone, or Nux, ever, it's going to be because they're fucking left-wing, right? You can see this with the Leaflet drama. She's like so fucking explicit about it. The dynamic at play isn't even fucking hidden. When she's talking about the people who are detracting her, right? When she's talking about the people who are snarking her, she's got one word that she uses all the time. Quangos. Now, she butchers the fucking meaning. Like, Liz Truss uses that to mean like civil servants and bureaucracy. But apparently, pedophiles in America have got a hold of it, and it just means like a left-winger now, right? But Leaflet is totally open with exactly what she fucking does. Leaflet, God bless her, man, is like the most retarded person in this little fucking right-wing lolly VTuber sphere that's growing currently. But she'll do all of this stuff completely transparently. She will say, and she did say, after her Discord drama, guys, we need to pair together. Guys, we need to stop criticizing each other over anything, you know? We need to band together. There are people, there are demons, there are hordes at the gate trying to destroy us right now. We need to band together. We can't be criticizing each other. She did that after the Remnant video, by the way, if you guys remember at the time. Totally shameless, totally transparent, especially when she knows that the criticism issued her way was totally fucking legit, because she ended up changing her server rules, right? After all of the gay fucking cope, I don't own the Discord server. It's a fan server. Somebody else owns the Discord server. Her mum owns the Discord server, right? You know, the person that she partnered with to be able to create her YouTube channel? Yeah, that's the person who owns her Discord server. All of those gay copes fell away, and eventually she has to accept it and silently try and change the rules while nobody's fucking looking. Yeah, it's just this, it's fucking rot. There is literally there's no better way for me to describe it. It is just fucking rot in these spheres.
Quartering for his mass flagging escapades. While I was writing this video, Chibi and his fans were going after internet.
Dude, I saw a VTuber defend Leaflet by saying she has minors in her Discord to keep them away from LGBT servers. I know exactly what you're talking about. They've not invented that line, okay? That's from her. That's from her. That's from her at the time. She changed her rules to be able to allow kids in, and it's so they couldn't enter into, like, you know, trans spaces, you know? The kids were going to be groomed into being trans. Now, thankfully, they can be groomed into being fucking CSA victims. Thank God, man. We saved them. We saved them.
Anarchist video on him, spamming its comment section and dislike button. Now, to be fair, there were 2 tweets briefly shown in the video that are confirmed to be fake, and it was justifiably called out. But these people were going above and beyond to attack Internet Anarchist. One of Chibi's top defenders showed a fake tweet to paint the guy as a pedo himself, to which Chibi reposted it. He's trying to fight fire with fire, but while Internet Anarchist made a simple mistake and cut that part out, Chibi is doing this maliciously. He only backed down when his hypocrisy was called out, but he spent the next day raging out on Twitter. Yet still, he was fine with his fans mass reporting the video. Chibi even threatened to sue the guy, claiming he's spreading misinfo from Kiwi Farms. Again, this is another Keffel's tactic. At the end of the day, I don't think this is gonna inconvenience Internet Anarchist. He's a soulless slop tuber known to plagiarize videos. He only cares about the money, which I bet he'll use to buy Thai prostitutes with legal mindset. Half of Chibi's problems would be solved if he just deleted Twitter, but he can't help it. He's even going into Schlepp's DMs to get him to back down, which stemmed
That's so fucking funny. Wait, what did he say to Schlepp? I think I've forgotten about this
Twitter,
shit.
but he can't help it. He's even
You're even more of a vile scumbag than I thought.
Hold on, I need to get the pitch right.
You're even more of a vile scumbag than I thought. Guess I have a lot more to add to my recent police reports. Have a feeling you're connected to Kiwi Farm, seeing that post from you.
Oh yeah, Schlepp just called him a pedophile. So he's a Kiwi farmer, apparently.
Hope you know they posted CP on one of my hacked accounts and also swatted me last night.
I think the hack was from the Sharty, not Kiwi Farms, right? Yeah.
Very bad move to do this shit. Mocking a dead person uninvolved says everything about a person's character.
We slide for Eddie. I'm sorry. Chibi, I'm sorry. We slide for Eddie.
Going into Schlepp's DMs to get him to back down, which stemmed from the guy making a bone chair meme. This image will haunt him.
It was from Sojack Party. Yeah, it's actually fucking insane. It is kind of crazy. It is kind of crazy. I mean, the fact that you'll have Website Zero back during the Caffles arc, who's doing all the crazy stuff to her, and then Kiwi Farms gets blamed. And then you've got during, like, several dramas recently, Sojack Party doing a lot of fucking crazy shit. And then still, Kiwi Farms gets fucking blamed. Still, while so far as I'm aware, I don't think that Kiwi Farms is, like, growing, you know? Sojack Party's growing. They're fucking escalated with a lot of the stuff that they do. At least that's what it seems from the fucking outside. And Kiwi Farms is getting literally no benefit from it, because it's attracting no fucking traffic to their website at all.
Him forever, and I find that so amusing. It's just stuck in the back of his mind, like everything else being said about him online. Who wants to bet that Chibi has Google Alerts sending him notifications whenever someone makes a cuck joke about him? That by itself is just fun to laugh at. But the part that turns him from your standard lolcow to an active threat to other creators is the doxing and mass flagging. Yes, some of the things people are doing to Chibi are kind of fucked up, but he wants it that way. He wants to be the victim. It allows him to go after anyone he wants, including those unrelated to the harassment. But that's not the only reason he does this. He does it for money. You see him constantly bragging about the
What's Website Zero? Is it redacted? Yeah, it is. It is redacted. No, everyone said the fucking website name by now. It's, wait, what was it? Hold on, give me a second to think. Give me a fucking second. Docspin, right? Yeah. I mean, there was a period of time when people were trying to keep a fucking lid on exactly what the website was called.
I mean, it was destiny, realistically, you know? He wanted to point to the actual place where Keffels was getting all the harassment from, but he didn't want to get the blame for publicizing what website it was, you know? And giving him more attention. So he called it Website Zero. But in the modern day, everyone calls it by its fucking name, alright? We're grown-ups now.
The revenue he gets from Twitter, yet that's not all. Stuff like this allows him to make more pity-me videos and scummy fundraisers. Yes, he's...
Actually, that was a total lie. Sorry, I've been trying to fucking push that shit for several months. It's not working. People are seeing through the cope. Website Zero the entire time was actually the Snark Left Discord server. I'm sorry.
He's made another one, but this time it's not for
I just can't take line to my audience anymore.
a legal fund. Instead, he needs it to move out of his house, the one that he publicly linked to under all of his YouTube videos.
Now, I'm not asking you guys to donate. If you don't want to donate, you do not have to. But I will have a link in the description for a Gifts and Go, where you could...
I assume the website does what it's named. I'm not like totally familiar about all of the ins and outs of Dogspin, but I think that the front-facing website, I think, is just like a collection that people, of like different people's doxes on there. Apparently there's some kind of community behind it, where people like talk about actively doing harassment and stuff, but I'm not totally clued on all the details, so I wouldn't be able to talk about it in any kind of like intelligent way, you know? But people talk about a community there. I'm pretty sure that when people find your docs information and put it on there, you can go and pay the administrator of that website to be able to get it removed. And then it depends on how big of a creator you are, what they'll charge you. So, I mean, it's public knowledge at this point, okay? Apparently, this has come out during prior dramas. Sneeko had a drama where some of his information got put on there, and he had to pay a fucking insane amount, literally paying to the fucking nose, to be able to get that stuff removed, you know?
Donate as much as you want. Now, you don't have to donate. Do not feel obligated. But what that donations will go to be completely blunt, it's basically to go to paying bills, to move, be able to basically pay movers.
Frogan moment? Frogan moment?
Different stuff like that, just to be able to be in a safe spot. That's legitimately what it's about.
This is coded language for, I'm gonna spend the money on chicken nuggets and Gunnar anime figurines. If you give money to this guy, you are a fucking retard. This money will be wasted. Chibi is scamming you. He thinks you're a gullible loser, and he's right. This guy has weaponized his victimhood for maximum revenue. And I know he's only raised 10 grand so far, but that's 10 grand too many. You'd be better...
I think he raised a little bit more than that, actually, didn't he? I think when he was originally putting that stuff up, I think he did raise more than 10,000... Oh, sorry. The guy does so many, I can't keep track of them. No, the last time he raised more money. This time he's only raised $10,000. I mean, it really does say something about your career, you know?
You're just putting all your money into Save the Kids token. At least the ad for that was well directed. Chibi just films these walking around the Aokigahara forest.
I think there's someone hanging right there.
And Chibi, I know you're watching this. I know you're seething and crying about all the mean shit I'm saying. I know you're gonna go to your Hugbox group chats, begging them to brigade my comments section and file false reports. None of that changes the fact that you're a dysgenic cuckold pedophile who got abandoned by all your friends. I doubt even his parents love him. They probably just pity him like a kid with drug problems. But instead of getting high off meth, Chibi gets euphoria off looking at cartoon children getting raped. And none of what I'm saying is slander, Chibi. Threaten to sue me all you want. Make your gay-ass fundraisers. $10,000 won't do jack shit legally. You would have better luck finding me at VidCon and beating me up. But nothing you can do can unshare your brother.
Has Chibi Reviews made a video responding to this stuff? Let's have a look at the comments section. Yeah? I'm not gonna give you what you want. Gives us what we want. He looks like if Nick Fuentes had a kid. Lamau. Oh, I think I saw somebody post this on Twitter, right? Yeah. Now I'm more convinced than ever. Chibi's free speech absolutism fanbase flagged multiple videos of mine after seeing the group chat segment. Holy. Yeah. I mean, that's totally fucking fair, right? Like, again, if you've got a secret fucking group chat behind the scenes where you and your viewers are coordinated a bunch of fucking flagging, yeah, it's probably fine to just fucking leave that at your fucking address, you know? Leave that by your doorstep. In terms of responsibility. Wait. Alright, I think I saved it. Okay. Big Bungie wasn't harsh enough. Nothing will unchair your brother. This is what happens when dads don't raise sons. They become chibi reviews. Raw. He sounds like if Ben Shapiro got hit by a shrink ray.
You've called me a Jew. You've called me a Nazi.
Alright. Yeah, I don't see him. They got fucking drowned out. W. Okay, nice. There we go. I think Chibi did give one response to this video so far. So he hasn't actually dealt with what Rob's Media said in the fucking thing. By the way, Rob's Media channel over there. Give it a fucking like. Give Rob a fucking sub, right? Good shit. I think what Chibi Reviews has done instead is one of his pedo fans made a tweet in response to the artist featured, and then he made an entire video about that Twitter thread. So, warning, insanely fucking cringe.
Named. I am a frat.
Fuck.
Guys, I have to quit. I have to quit. And the reason why is because my haters were ratioed with their official art by AI generated art. I can't anymore. I gotta quit, guys. I'm I can't even keep the bit up. I wish I was joking.
Dude, the fake laugh is fucking painful. The fake laugh is seriously fucking painful. I mean, it's even more... It gets even worse when you take a look at the tweet currently, the way that it stands after 24 hours, and you realize that, oh, wait, hold on. The original tweet is sitting there, it's 6.5 thousand likes, and then the AI-generated tweet, hold on, is currently sitting at 2.9. It's sitting at 2.9. It's literally a half ratio. It's not even half the way there. And he's still got this video up fucking celebrated about it. It's so fucking gay. It's so fucking gay. Like, I think in general, making a big song and a dance out of fucking Twitter ratios, yeah, alright, that shit is fucking cringe. But the only thing more embarrassing than that, and actually taking that shit seriously, is laughing about a Twitter ratio, celebrating it, parading it around for your fucking community, then your entire fucking detractorverse latches onto it and reverses the fucking ratio. That's the only thing possibly worse. Anyway, let's have a gander.
For what I'm about to say, but there is so many people that view me like Lord Voldemort. I'm not joking. Like, here's an example I'll put on screen here, but you will literally have people censor my name on social media and treat me like my full name, Chibi Reviews, is a slur because...
I think they're mocking you, I think. On one hand, he makes it absolutely clear that the main hypocrisy in question is her bringing up Chibi Reviews being cheated on when she went through similar experiences herself at the to the point of asking others not to bring it up. On the other hand, it's Chibi Reviews. Yeah, I think they're mocking you.
Social media and treat me like my full name, Chibi Reviews, is a slur because I am he who must not be named. I am a threat to manga and anime. And this is a topic I've been wanting to talk.
He should not be named. What do you mean? He who should not be named? We're saying your real name, bro. Okay. He puts it out himself. He puts that out himself. All right.
About for a while because honestly, it's so insane just how I have become the boogeyman of anime and manga discussion. Like, I'm not joking.
Literally, who's afraid of him? Chibi Reviews is not the person that people are afraid of, right? Chibi Reviews is the person that people are afraid of fucking seeing, right? They're afraid of fucking seeing in the street. He's like the smelly kid at uni or high school that you're not really afraid of him. You don't feel threatened about him, but you just like hope that he doesn't like come into school or doesn't sit with you at the fucking lunch table. You know what I mean? Because then you've got to interact with him, you know?
Like anytime, like there is.
No, but thankfully I'm a fully grown adult, so I've got nothing to fear from 4'3" Chibi reviews.
A series that is announced, I'm willing to bet you, most of the time you'll see someone in the comment section of a viral post say, oh, I can't wait for, this individual, like Chibi Reviews, to get into it and ruin the entire discourse and discussion of a series.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, here's the fucking thing. You can be terminally online, and you can be super fucking unemployed, and sometimes that can be a fucking positive, Look at Queeman! Look at Queeman, for example. Look at, I don't know, there's probably gonna be, a bunch of people. Me, sometimes, when you fucking know-life something, you look at something, you break it down, you think of, like, talking points or fucking retorts, you fucking know-life a subject for a little bit. You can find some interesting arguments there. You can find a little bit of the coverage that other people aren't talking about. Chibi Reviews no-lifes this stuff. He literally has nothing else going on in his life except for talking about anime and manga. And yet he always, consistently, every single time, fucks up the coverage. Gets all of the details of the fucking story wrong. He's not even no-life in content creation well.
Like, for instance, a recent example is the actual series that Studio Map and Netflix are teaming up on to make that is about, literally, I'm not even joking, I made a video on this literally the other day, about lolly characters doing drugs. And it's insane. It's an insane concept. But basically...
Is Queeman successful? Is he, though? You can disagree with Queeman's takes. I don't agree with everything that he says, like, obviously, right? But, like, when Queeman's talking about, like, factual information in a story... I can't think of many times these, like, factually incorrect, horribly. Like, he'll get stuff wrong, but it's usually, like, understandably. You know what I mean? Like, when Chibi Reviews talks about something, he clearly doesn't look into it at all. Like, widely publicized information that everybody else is talking about, he's got no fucking clue. Because he hasn't even done a fucking Twitter search,
Basically, yet people...
I'm not necessarily talking about the quality of takes or being accurate in, like, an assessment or an inference. I'm talking about having good coverage, right?
Well, in the description of these viral posts saying this man's going to ruin any discussion on this, I'm thinking to myself, like, dude, I'm going to make it toxic? Like, bro, it's literally a show about dark themes and...
Dude, come on. How many viewers, though? I said successful, not correct. Listen, alright? I'm pretty sure you're chatting in a stream that's smaller than his right now, okay?
Just, like, literally... defense. I'm just like what? Like,
he relies on Grok to dump the headlines. This is the actual fucking fact, okay? We need to stop denigrating people who use AI. Because for the vast majority of these people, if they were to ask Grok about literally anything, ever, they would be more correct. They would have just a baseline of correct information that they'd be launching their fucking takes off of. We should encourage, for 99% of people online, we should actually encourage them to use AI. That will actually elevate discourse. I'm not being a fucking tech bro when I say it. I'm not being a fucking AI optimist, alright? Most people, unfortunately, are just retarded. They need Grok to be able to hold their fucking hand. When you see all of those drooling retards underneath obviously fake posts saying,
Grok, is this true?
That's where they should be, okay? Don't mock them for that. That's where they should be, unfortunately.
It's absurd just how far people are absolutely always talking about me. They literally cannot stop talking about me. They always have to speak about me, or they have to censor my name, like I said, like a slur, just to be able to just get their disses in. And it's honestly just so interesting, like how I've evolved, like the evolution of me in the last few years, because it's like,
you think very highly of your takes, huh? No. Listen, I'm not holding myself to some fucking, like, insanely fucking correct bar. I will be wrong about when I talk about stuff occasionally, right? I've even revised takes when I've been fucking incorrect. But I'm talking about the people online who are posting underneath obviously AI-generated content.
Grok, is this real?
Like, it's Keir Starmer and Donald Trump dancing around in a pool party, throwing fucking soapy sponges at each other, and giggling and gooning with each other.
Hey, Grok, is this real?
Right? Those are the people I'm talking about.
Like, look, dude, I'm a cringe weeb. I am a very cringe, annoying, loud weeb. I'm not even gonna deny that. I'm a weirdo too. I straight up am. Anyone that tries to say I'm not, I'm gonna deny you. I am a weirdo, okay? I know I could be a bit weird. I have some crazy, just shit posting, crazy comments sometimes, but like it's always about just fictional content and stuff.
I'm wondering, this guy films so much of his fucking videos now outside. I need to go and have a gander. I need to go have a look. No. Okay. I was wondering if if his house got repossessed. I was wondering if he had to like fucking move out, if he got called on his mortgage. He stopped making the fucking payments. No, okay, he just lobsters touching grass. Nice.
Stuff like that. And it's insane that I am now like the image, at least the way I see it.
Even is he living in the shed? That's what I fucking thought.
That, like I said, I'm a boogeyman. I am a guy that is just continuously talked about that is going to destroy a community. Like, I'm not joking when I say this. I, to this day, am blamed for Dawn to Dawn's community going to shit, or Gachiakuda's community going to shit. I'm serious. Like, I'm not joking. Like, let me give some examples here. So, like, Dawn to Dawn, I'm just gonna say it. As you all know, that was one of the big reasons why just so much in my life happened. You know,
Okay. Does he talk about any of like the funny harassment that happens, or is it just him complaining about the anime community?
Racism everywhere, so to speak. And they blame me for that. I was blamed for them coming at me and being racist towards me and everything. I'm just like, don't work like that. Like, why am I being blamed for that? But then
every piece of racial abuse that Chibi Reviews receives online, not very often that I give this take, absolutely deserved. 100% deserved, and I hope that more racial abuse happens. Yeah. We're going on that stuff, right? I think that it can be annoying when people have, like, I don't know, like, hypocrisy on racism or whatever the fuck, when they do, like, you know, race takes. Some of that stuff can be, like, a little bit fucking annoying or whatever. Realistically, is Chibi Reviews actually crying himself to sleep at night because he's getting called cracker on Twitter? Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think so. Yeah. Oy vey. He's not even Jewish. He's not... Dude, this guy lives in a fucking shack. And you think that he's Jewish? No. I don't think so. I don't think so. Alright. Nice. Holy fuck. These people are such fucking retards, dude. Yeah. A little bit of a palate cleanser, I guess. That's probably all the Chibi stuff we'll cover. You know? XQC banned on Twitch over FIFA World Cup. All I've been seeing from, like, viral posts daily, several times a day, for, like, the last week, is people watching the FIFA World Cup on Twitch, and then receiving some kind of DMCA or getting fucking banned from it. I don't know why these people are doing this stuff again and again and again. It's like the presidential debates. All over again. I think, hasn't Speed said that streamers can watch his stream if they want to watch the fucking World Cup? I'm pretty sure that I saw that go viral a little bit ago. No? And people are still watching the fucking mainstream coverage of it? Yeah. Your show will get taken down. Uh-oh. Oh, fuck me. Alright. FIFA ain't fucking around. It's not even FIFA, I don't think, right? I don't think it's even FIFA. I think if FIFA has issued contracts to certain broadcast companies to be able to, you know, I guess televise the fucking match, those people are going to be the ones with the incentive to be able to start taking people down, you know? Like, if Fox is paid $10 million or however much it is to get rights to be able to televise it, yeah, somebody ripping and fucking rebroadcasting their shit probably hurts their bottom line, actually. Yeah, I don't know. How do you take anything you see on Twitter seriously at all? Wait, what do you mean? If it's like, what, people posted about streamers being banned, it's, like, usually correct. What do you mean? I don't know. Like, who was it? Was that Dexerto? Or did I fall for the fucking, the fake account? Oh, it's Orc. Yeah. I don't think Orc generally posts, like, straight up misinformation, you know? Oh. Like, when Orc starts editorializing on drama, yeah, fair enough. Okay, you can disagree. I don't think he usually posts straight up misinformation, though. All that stuff is, like, widely publicized and automated. Especially with somebody like XQC. Anyway. I seen a man have a baby on Twitter. That's when I stopped using it. Thank you, Tyrone. I appreciate you. I appreciate you for that. I'm an hour behind. How did he not black out if he tried suicide by alcohol? That's also a very good point. To the guy who's an hour behind in the fucking thoughts. Right? Yeah, the idea... He doesn't go into too many details about it. But he does seem to remember the police officer pulling up and then approaching him. Right? He was inches away, though, guys. He was inches away. No. Alright. Nice. Let's go into other stuff, then. Let's go into other stuff. Fuck me. I had a couple things lined up that we can go into. But I am interested in getting into the brand new Legal Eagle video on the Lego drama. I think I saw a bunch of fucking Yankoids earlier at the start of stream asking me what PBUH means. Which I guess your country has not yet been overtaken by Islam. But in the UK, we all know that that means peace be upon him. Alhamdulillah. You know? Legal Eagle is a martyr. Legal Eagle is the only fucking law tuber that we respect around here. Compared to everybody else, he's literally a fucking prophet. I'm giving him that fucking status. He's like chosen by God. He is a fucking prophet. Did Techie die? Oh, Will is me, you fucking beauty. You reminded me of what I was gonna fucking go into. Let's go. Hold on. Let me go to my bookmarks. Do not trust law tubers. No, that's true. That's true. That's true. Devin is the only one that we trust. Alright? He's just a cut above the rest. Unironically, a cut above the fucking rest. This is the Tectone snog that I wanted to go into, though. Tectone! Let's go! So we've done a little bit of discourse recently over Tectone being pushed away by Asmongold. Obviously trying to keep him at arm's length. Dude, I mean, I don't want to go through all of it again. It's a long history, and it's very fucking brutal to talk about. There's a small part of me that does feel bad whenever I go through and lay it out. But, to give you a little bit of a refresh, you know, Asmongold said that he was going to go in when Miskiff and Tectone had their beef, ahead of all of the fucking court case and stuff happening, saying, listen, guys, I'm going to be there to be objective. If either side lies, I'm going to call them out on it, okay? Because I know what happened behind the scenes. I want a good, clean fight. And then Tectone's fucking court case comes out. Asmongold starts the drum by talking about that. And Asmongold doesn't talk about it at all. Says that he's worried about defamation lawsuits. But he doesn't comment on it. He doesn't comment on it. You know? Doesn't really bring up Tectone too much on stream. I think he's done a couple times. Leaves Tectone out intentionally in the instance of Sykkuno. Tectone, I think part of it is the fact that he's just dwindling in support and notoriety. He's just not the streamer that he used to be. Across different platforms, I think if you count them all up, he used to average something like 15,000, right? Occasionally going up to 20,000. Now, some of his viewership is fucking botted, but, I mean, a lot of his viewership is still botted, right? And even with that, he's fucking dwindling in relevance. But, you know, Asmongold's been leaving him out, been keeping him at arm's length, and now we've come to the culmination of the story. Tectone has been banned. He's been hidden from Asmongold's channel.
Like, how many views does this have? This got 51,000 views in 36 minutes. Disliked. Look at that. Dislike. 139. Okay. What? Did he shadow ban my fucking comment, you little faggot?
Disavow. We disavow that language. Oh, fuck.
Am I shadow banned on this man's channel, you little...
I mean, it's just so fucking... It's just so fucking embarrassing. Like, you go into a bigger streamer to be able to comment under it, and then tell your fans to go and like your comment, to try and, what? Let people know that you still stream? Let people know that you're still around?
Hey, Asmongoy fans, you remember me, right? Haha, your good friend Techie? Yeah, the Eggman, that's me.
You remember that I exist, right? I just haven't seen a lot of you guys been coming to my streams recently, so I just wanted to leave a comment and tell my fans to go and like it.
Oh, bitch! Did one of you
automatically hidden?
Your fucking editors hide my name from your channel? What the fuck? Wait.
Wait, did Rape Tone turn on Asmongoy? I don't know. I don't know if it's Asmongold. It might be one of his fucking editors. But, kind of, right? Kind of. Yeah, Tectone's been walking a fucking tightrope recently when he's talking about Asmongold. Because Asmongold, I think, almost, like, undeniably at this point, is trying to burn off a certain section of his audience. The take that he gave on Stellar Blade, some of the takes that he's given on abortion recently, right? He's trying to push some people away, talk about the rape, the gang grooming Muslim document, right? Pull some people in. He wants to recalibrate a lot of this stuff, in my opinion. So he doesn't want people coming to him to ask him for his take about Chibi reviews. He doesn't want people coming to him to ask about his take on Nux Taku. Like, he doesn't want to have an association with a lot of these people. You know?
He will not say Nuxtaku's name. Even when Nuxtaku was on stream in a fucking clip that he's watching, he doesn't really interact much with what Nux says. He doesn't want to be seen to be like friendly to him, whatever the fuck. And when Nux's drama did happen, he's like, bro, do I talk about Nux? Am I friendly with Nux? I'm not really sure. So he's pushing away the lolicons, gotcha. Yeah, that's basically it. Now, in an effort to push away the lolicons, obviously Tectone's got no reputation left, and so he will associate with literally anybody who will sweep for his rapes. You know? Many, habitual, serial rapes. So if people defend him on that, he does not fucking care. They could be a pedophile, they could be a fucking white nationalist. It literally doesn't matter, because there is no lower that his reputation could possibly go, right? So he's fine bandying about with a bunch of these people that Asmongold's trying to push away, because he just doesn't, I mean, he's just not, he's not a creator in the same kind of standard as Asmongold. But that's put him in a really awkward position. So he's reacting to the takes on stream that Asmongold is given, and he can't agree with them, as he would usually do as an Asmongold orbiter, right? So he has to disagree with them. But he can't have the outrage that half his community has, because he still needs the other half of the community, that are Asmongold viewers, to still watch him and think that he's a cool guy, right? So he's found himself in a really awkward position, where he's trying to walk the tightrope of making both communities happy, and disagreeing with Asmongold in a really polite, kind way, even when Asmongold is saying, ha, abortion? I love that. No, that shouldn't be regulated at all. Oh, God? I don't believe in fucking God. I'm an atheist. You know? And all these fucking takes that make these people rage.
Wait a minute. You couldn't see my comment?
Internet friends, they're collaborating 1 week and going each other's throats next. I don't know who you're talking about. What? Asmongold and Tectone? Those guys used to be a lot closer. I mean, Asmongold was the one who, well, I guess there's debates on it exactly who brought him in, but they were closely associated back in the fucking OTK days, you know? Not so much anymore.
No way am I shadow banned. I literally sent my chat there.
Yeah, they literally had a fucking podcast. Good point. The fucking steak and egg stuff with Emaru.
I sent my chat there to like my comment. 5 minutes after it was posted. I'm going to swap accounts right now. I'm going to go to Asmongold's channel. Asmongold. Did his fucking editors hide my username? Okay. Sort by newest. We're going to go to 28 minutes ago. There's 700 comments. I'm going to look at every.
Okay, we're back. Okay, that was a short one. Apologies for that.
Don't show him clips that left from 28 to 30 minutes ago. No way. I know one of Asmongold's editors really doesn't like me. And they intentionally don't show him clips. And they.
Dude, the cope is so fucking stupid as well. I can understand one of Asmongold's editors not liking Tectone. They intentionally don't show him clips. If I'm alleging that somebody fucking hates me, that's not the first thing that I go for. Is that his explanation for why Asmongold doesn't really, like, watch his content much on stream? Doesn't talk about him? Apparently there's clips that need to be talked about. Tectone's making brand new crazy content. Is he? Is it that notable? I'm not sure.
They hide my comments.
I mean, I'm probably biased to be fair, given the fact that I don't like Tectone. The podcast that he did with Powder, Jake Monroe, and Nux, I think that Asmongold ended up watching a little bit of that, right? To be fair to him, he did. But, yeah, not a lot of techie ended up on the Asmongold channel.
From the videos. No way am I actually shadow banned. Scrolling. Uh-oh. I'm shadow banned from his fucking channel? Asmon, you need to deal with these editors. You need to deal with these editors. Half of Asmon's mods on Twin hate you? This is crazy. I did Control F and I couldn't see it, bro. What the fuck? Hold up. No, we're going to do this again. No, this is bullshit. Hold the fuck up. No way. Okay, I'm going to go to my alt channel. Okay.
I saw...
Okay. I'm now on my second channel. No, this is crazy. There is actually a conspiracy against me. We're going to sort by newest. I'm going to scroll. No, I'm telling you. So my comment was left now 30 minutes ago. I am actually on the shadow ban list of Asmongold. You're kidding. You're kidding. Hold up. Hold up. Let's find this. Okay.
Chud Logic? You still about for that game of Fortnite? Chud? You still want to drop into Tomato Town? I think I've just had to open it up,
We are now at the 32 minutes. Now we're going to control F Tectone. Tectone.
Dude, how long does this clip go on for, man? Move on.
My video. I have been completely shadow banned. I don't even think people can comment the word Tectone.
Okay, that's difficult to be able to tell. Because you can block specific words on YouTube from your comment section or your chat, right? That is true. I don't know if his name is being banned, though. That's a fucking insane framing. What I think is probably more likely is that just nobody's talking about Tectone. I think that's a little bit more likely, Like, I could imagine his account being hidden from the fucking channel. His name being banned in chat. I just imagine that nobody's talking about him.
On Asmongold's channel. I believe I am a blocked term on this channel.
That's fucking rough, though, because that's basically the only reach that Tectone gets.
Asmongold, I need you to look into this. Am I a fucking blocked term on your channel? Am I shadow banned from commenting on your channel? Asmongold, you need to get your editors in check, because I know you don't look at this shit. The term is blocked?
I'm sure Asmongold doesn't know, guys. Listen, I'm sure Asmongold doesn't know.
Dude, Tectone is a auto mod channel on Asmongold's channel. What the fuck? Oh my god.
Wait, hold on. Has Asmongold been wearing basically the same fucking shirt, like, several days in a row? I feel like every clip that I've seen of Asmongold for like the last 2 fucking weeks has been the exact same t-shirt.
God. Oh my god. There's no way. He has the worst.
Are you surprised it's Asmon? Even for Asmon, I am fucking surprised. Yeah, at this point, what, does it fucking stick to him?
Live stream mods too? Yeah, I heard Asmongold's moderators were Nazis. So I should like him. What do we got against me, moderators? What do we got against me? Anyways.
Yeah, maybe all the raping. I think that's usually what people would object to, right? Okay. Let's go down. So, now we have the updated statement. All right? New statement from Techie. I've since clarified this, that I feel like Asmund and his editors did this to protect us. A lot of people go after Asmongold because of me. And I think this just saves both of us the headache. So, hold on. There's 2 possibilities to this. Alright? There's 2 possibilities. So, possibility 1. Tectone, after stream, has reached out to Asmongold to speak to him. And Asmongold has clarified, no. That was me. Okay? And I don't want to be associated with you. That's kind of why this happened, alright? Or, possibility 2 is that Asmongold never responded to Tectone, and he is actually still guessing, and that he hasn't actually had confirmation from this stuff. And so this is some kind of guess to be able to help his fucking ego, and maybe quiet any drama that starts up. Because the big deciding factor is, he's changed his take, and why? Has he reached out to Asmongold and got some kind of response? Or has he got no response, and he's making this fucking, this updated opinion for some fucking clout reason? Right? Right? I hope to God it's the latter. I hope to God it's the first. What do you mean? I hope to God it's the first.
Oh my fucking god. Yeah, I can imagine it's the first. I can imagine it's the first. Fuck me. That is insanely fucking brutal though. How long before Tectone just stops streaming? It's got to, dude, the clock has got to be ticking, surely. This is a huge blow to him. He's basically, in terms of like, I don't know, like streamer tech trees, he's invested basically everything into two possibilities, right? Two tactics. He's gone in for defending rapists and sucking off Asmongold. They are mutually exclusive. I don't think Asmongold's a rapist, okay? Before people start making those jokes. But yeah, I think those are the two fucking main strategies he's employed. And now one of them has been cut off. I mean, even with the other fucking technique, this guy was never really able to like defend rapists and then get some kind of cachet from it. You know? It's like Jimmy Savile defending somebody else on like pedophile charges. You've literally got no fucking downside at all. You can defend pedophiles all fucking day, and your reputation can't get any fucking worse. The only thing you could possibly get is some kind of like clout connection from them, right? It's all upside. There's no risk at all. Because he said this shit over the Sykkuno stuff, and he said this stuff over the Karu stuff as well, right? I put my reputation on the line to defend these people. I put my reputation on the line to tell the truth about this. What reputation? Like, actually, what reputation? There's no downside to Tectone gunning out instant defenses of any fucking rapist ever, right? Unless it's a San. Unless it's a lefty, right? Unless it's somebody who's got some kind of personal animus against. He'll just defend anybody. Yeah. Has Tectone said anything about Miskiff being falsely accused of SA? Not that I've seen, Patrick. Not that I've seen, mate. I haven't seen that clarification from Tectone at all. But again, if it's somebody he hates, he'll fucking go in for it, you know? Oh, in fact, dude, we've said a lot of nasty, nasty things about Papa Gut in our time on YouTube, right? On this channel, we've snarked Papa Gut an awful lot, but I think Kiku retweeted this earlier, and so I wanted to show it. Papa Gut is dead on the fucking money. I'm glad that I'm not the only person, like, picking up on it. You know what I mean? Because I feel like it's so fucking obvious what's happening.
Gay shirt to support Pride this month. And since then, he has had a series of the worst takes I've ever seen. I haven't...
Yeah. Who was asking earlier? This is what I was talking about when I'm saying that Tectone is having to, like, walk a fucking tightrope, you know?
I haven't seen all of them, but I'm going to attempt to defend him in every single one.
That sounds like you.
Have my boys back.
This is like really unsettling, and I actually, for the first time in my life, feel bad for Asmongold. I don't like Asmongold. He's like a very right-wing white supremacist, but Asmongold has been getting like legitimately stalked by Tectone for like ever. Every video Tectone brings up, he talks about Asmongold like they're best friends. I understand Asmongold didn't disavow Tectone after it came out that he raped his ex-girlfriend so bad that he lost his guns for a decade. But Asmongold has been keeping a pretty safe distance from Tectone, which makes sense because nobody likes this guy. He's unentertaining. But every
Yeah, the only time that I've seen Asmongold react to and talk about Tectone has been after Tectone was crying for months that Asmongold didn't want anything to do with him and it wasn't talking about him, you know? If it was after that Sykkuno clip went viral, when Tectone did a fucking podcast with Powder, you know, Jake, what's-his-face, Noxtaku and Tectone, after that podcast happened, he'd speak about him. And after he'd been crying about not getting shout out from Asmongold. But never before.
video is...
Or at least not from a long time.
It's like Tectone begging for Asmongold's attention. I watched another thing where he was like really upset with Asmongold for not giving him attention. It's from Yeet. Tectone calls out Asmongold over not including him.
Yeah. It was after this tweet. It was after this tweet hit Yeet. That was when Asmongold started reacting to his podcast on stream.
With XQC when shouting out their defensive Sykkuno. Like, this what I'm talking about. This guy's obsessed.
I made 18 videos for this guy. I made 18 videos.
That sounds obsessive. How was there 18 videos to do on Sykkuno? Like, there was maybe 2 or 3. 18 videos?
So, I swear to God, Asmon, if you leave me out of this list another time, I'm going to lose my mind. I got so much shit for having this guy's back, and I did it anyways.
Your entire career.
Literally what shit? The only shit that Tectone would have been getting for this shit is he defends somebody that, you know, some people perceive to be a rapist, and then people remind him that he is also a rapist. That's not a reputational harm. That's just people reminding you of your stuff you've done. Right? That's not putting anything on the fucking line.
here is just standing behind Asmongold and eating his poop. Like, you have this very strange interpretation of your relationship with Asmongold. You ride his coattails. I'm surprised he can carry you with how frail he is. This guy has like osteoporosis and thinning hair, but somehow he still manages to carry you. But I guess not very well because you're not doing very well. What is this guy?
No. The analogy is not riding coattails, dude. The analogy to go for there is like Tectone is drowning. He's drowning in the rape allegations, right? He's drowning in decades of not being able to, or a decade of not being able to own a fucking gun, not being able to talk about this girl, and racking up, you know, potential violations of his court order as well. And then he's reaching out to Asmongold to be able to fucking save him, you know? Grabbing onto him, trying to fucking pull him under with him. Asmongold's trying to slowly kind of swim away. That's the analogy.
Guy talking about? He has this delusion that he is still like a content creator that's worth anything. This guy, whether he likes it or not, he's basically in my realm of like very obscure content creator that once in a while says something that maybe people find interest in. He really thinks that he's like this amazing creator.
I'm tired of being.
That's actually fucking true. Dude, that is actually fucking true. Like, Papa Guy, I think he tends to get like 500 live viewers concurrent, something like that. I'm pretty sure Tectone's got the exact same. You know? I'm pretty sure that Tectone has basically got the exact same level of viewership and outreach. Papa Gut's got the clip game down, though. Like, his Twitter is basically just flooded with his clips. TikTok also flooded with his clips. And he's got a more kind of like ironed out, you know, well-oiled clip machine. He's talked about more widely in the sphere. You know?
Getting left out of these conversations.
It's funny because like this is a victim complex, and the biggest is because as a content creator, you should know when you're on, when you're off, what you are and are not worth. Tectone doesn't realize he's worthless. Like he's worthless, impossible to touch. Like, and he's just, every single time he basically talks, it's just like a meltdown. When you constantly talk about how you're getting slighted by this imaginary force in the world, or he's going rambling about trans people trying to target him, or Hassan who doesn't give a fuck about this guy, or people see that and like the type of regular people go like, I don't want to watch this guy. Only weird little freaks watch this guy. That's it. That's just where you're at.
Dude, yeah. Continue the farming. Continue the farming. Let's go. I don't care about Papa Gut's takes on Otley Noah right now. I don't care about Papa Gut's fucking takes on you know, any of this shit. Cameron F305. That's a W take. That's a W take. Loses to Google Maps. Unequivocal fucking win against Tectone. It really is that low pickings, you know? Yeah. Wait, hold on. Am I seeing new stuff being posted on Future Nightmare's Twitter account right now? What? No, I don't believe this, actually. I don't believe this. I don't think that Noah is actually gonna, like, full transition to Noah Divergence. That's not happening. There's no way that's actually happening. No fucking way he made a Blue Sky post. Okay. Looks like it's a full rebrand time. Otley Noah has reintroduced himself as Noah Divergence. I've also been told that Noah's rebrand is to hide away from the new controversy and wait for everybody to forget he exists to make a comeback. He thinks all the drama is bullshit, and everything stated in Toastify's new video was a smear campaign. Let's go. Looks like it's time to reintroduce myself. I'm Noah Divergence, a retro variety streamer who plays a lot of retro and modern games. I'm openly autistic, and I do refer to myself as an ot with no, with autism, How has nobody made that joke before? I refer to myself as an ot with autism. What are you doing to yourself? Noah, what are you doing to yourself, man? Please stop. Stop. Oh, an ot with autism. I enjoy helping other neurodivergent people feel seen to the best of my ability. Since, and then it cuts off. I need to go to Blue Sky to see the rest of the fucking thread. I need to go there right now to see the rest of the thread. It's so fucking good. I mean, I will be changing the titles on my fucking, on my Noah, stream. You know, the conversation that he had on stream that I posted as a fucking segment. I will be changing the title to take account for the new name. Yeah. I'm sure that Nick will as well. I'm sure that a lot of these people will. Maybe I need to tell Toastify what the game is, but no, the rebrands will not change. The rebrands will not help. He's tried it 3 different times at this point. We've had Otterly Noah, the original. We've had Noah the Otter. We've had Nerdivergence, which he tried to run with for a while, and now we've got Noah Divergence. It's just not working. Okay? It's not working. Fuck, is Blue Sky being insanely fucking slow? Really? Oh, fuck me. Not again, man. Yeah, I don't know why this shit happens to me. I don't know why this stuff happens to me. There we are. Dude, Future Nightmare should have captured the rest of the thread, unfortunately. Never mind. Alright. Giving that a cheeky like, giving that a cheeky repost. There we go. Alright. Okay. Listen. I think it's time. Okay? I think it's time. I think it's time to go in, pay respects, and praise the only law tuber that you should respect. That's right. Legal Eagle has dropped his 2nd video on the Lego situation. You know, that other video where he brought that Mexican guy in to be able to do criminal law, that doesn't count. That's not a real Legal Eagle video, okay? I've got it on good authority. That guy's going to be sacked, and nobody's going to hire him ever again, okay? We've got Devin back in the hot seat. With real books! With real books! Not painted onto the wall! Alright, let's go. Coffeezilla investigation changes everything. Let's go.
Here's a legal pro tip. If your company has been accused of stealing hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of Lego sets, the last thing you should do is go on camera with YouTube's most popular detective, known for killing giants, and start admitting that you were wrong or mistaken and start walking back your own allegations.
Oh, boring! Boring! Move on. Suddenly, Will Is Me, after the Coffeezilla video, Will Is Me is no longer interested in the Lego drama. Interesting. Very interesting. Damn. No, a lot of shit has been fucking changed with the legal situation, so far as I'm aware. I'm pretty sure that the original owners, the Crystal Woman and the Michael guy, they've been trying to enter into the lawsuit. So apparently the filing that they've done is some bullshit where, listen, okay, we want to enter into this, even though we've got no relation to any of the underlying legal matters, but we want to enter into this litigation to be able to defend Ben. We are only appearing in this court's jurisdiction for this case, okay? We do not submit ourselves to this court's jurisdiction for any other claim, okay? No countersuit. No countersuit. We will flee the country again.
And yet, that's not only what the owners of Bricks and Minifigs did, but that's also what the subsequent franchisee and the original franchisee did as well. That is not going to play well in their various lawsuits. People, not talking is always an option too. And remember, it's always Friday somewhere.
I asked them, do they have the Legos?
What I can tell you is that we don't have it. We've never had access to it.
And for multiple reasons, it seems like everyone is making prejudicial statements that are bad for the various cases and the various defenses. And we started our coverage of this whole Lego saga by saying that everyone should have talked to a lawyer earlier. I guess we also should have
No, dude. Cancel
Lego saga
the second one. That one literally doesn't count. That is literally... Dude, that's probably the most worthless video that I watched on the entire Lego saga. Including Luss's coverage, by the way. Right? This stupid fucking gormless twat couldn't even close his mouth when he was reacting to Reckless Ben's video. Didn't know any of the underlying stuff. Ben lies, and he fucking believes it wholesale. Yeah, essay. Yeah. Okay, I'm not gonna... Yeah, bro. Yeah, bro. That's why you shouldn't speak to the cops, man. These guys are totally corrupt. And they're Mormon? Huh? Totally worthless fucking video. Worse than Lust, somehow.
Saying that everyone should have talked to a lawyer earlier. I guess we also should have specified that they should keep talking to a lawyer once they have one. I am frankly shocked that the lawyers signed off on their clients' interviews in this whole thing. But we'll get into that. Now, we and everyone else has covered the facts in depth, but a quick recap of how we got here. Bricks and Minifigs is a franchisor of LEGO resale stores. Franchising means the local store is independently owned. Corporate licenses the brand and takes royalties. In November of 2023, Brian Mansell consigned his father Ed's Star Wars collection to the Salem Kaiser Oregon store, then run by franchisee Crystal Law Gorman and her husband Benjamin.
Okay, right. I will make that assurance to you now, okay? If Legal Eagle does not address the fact that Crystal admits to selling $57,000 worth of Lego without paying Brian, will you admit, Dickers, that this guy is a biased, retarded cunt? I will, okay? I promise I will.
Gorman. Consignment means that you keep ownership and the store sells your stuff and takes a cut once it's been sold. Mansell and the Gormans publicized a value of around $200,000, but that was always unrealistically high, and this number could never be exact. CoffeeZilla, in his investigation, puts the number probably somewhere in the middle, around $100,000 to $110,000, and others who are far more knowledgeable about this than I am also seem to concur that that is a much more reasonable number. But at base, the Mansell
Legal. I'm already starting to turn on him. No, that was a lie that Crystal put forward, and that Ben reasonably should have known, since he was in contact with Crystal, that that wasn't true, right? Like, she had the fucking spreadsheet the entire time. The same spreadsheet that Ben had, and apparently he never costed it. She admits straight up, immediately. Yeah, I mean, we just, like, poked around his house a little bit, and kind of said to him 200,000 to, you know, probably, let's be real, get him interested in the deal, you know? We can sell this stuff for 200,000. Oh wait, yeah, maybe half of that actually. Yeah, but she knew the entire time it was only worth 100,000.
Mansell collection consisted of hundreds of Lego sets in sealed condition, which everyone agrees was pretty valuable. Crystal Law and Mansell agreed to terms sometime around October or November of 2024, and the store sold Mansell's Lego for over a year. Then, in November of 2024, Law and Gorman announced that they were moving overseas. Bricks and Minifigs Corporate terminated their franchise agreement and repossessed the store overnight. The parties obviously disagree about how that closure went down. The Salem store then changed hands twice. In November, Bricks and Minifigs Corporate, quote, acquired these stores' assets as a bona fide purchaser for value without actual or constructive notice of the consignment agreement. As we've talked about in the past, bona fide purchase.
Yeah, and for some reason, people are still, like, trusting this Crystal woman, as though she's got anything valuable to say on this case, like, at all. Ran the business into the fucking dirt, thousands of dollars in unpaid dues, literally fled to Spain. So they didn't have to, I guess, hear the music or stand up to the fucking music, face the music, right? And they just disappeared. Like thousands of dollars of unpaid dues to the franchisor, and didn't even pay the Brian guy the full amount that they sold, right? For the commissions there. Didn't pay vendors, didn't pay people they, had made obligations to. Totally run the business into the ground. And yet people are paying money to fundraise a lawsuit that they're going to bring against Bricks and Minifigs. And that's the way that Brian's going to get paid out. These people that didn't pay Brian to begin with, that Brian likely has a fucking legal claim against. Yeah, okay, nice.
For value will be important, and we'll talk about that again today, because a huge portion of Bricks and Minifigs' legal theory depends on the idea that the corporation had no meaningful notice that the Salem store had possession of some of Mansell's Lego sets. In January of 2025, corporate started the process of selling the Salem franchise to Josh Johnson and Brandon Best, and the sale was completed in March. And everyone agrees that within 48 hours of the takeover, Mansell asked the store to return the unsold Lego sets. At the time, the store was officially in the hands of corporate, but it was already being overseen by Johnson and Best. They told Mansell that they didn't have his collection, weren't a party to his agreement, and that the company owed him nothing. And for over a year, Mansell tried to verify which of his sets were still in the store. His lawyer sent them a demand letter, but that went nowhere. And that's how Mansell met Ben Schneider, better known as YouTube's Reckless Ben. Ben then waged a campaign against the store.
Well, here's the thing that the CEO claims, and that corporate claims, which I don't think has ever been refuted by Brian, right? So the CEO claims that they did in fact try to get in contact with Brian and said, listen, these are the ones we can identify. Do you want to accept these back? Or we can, I believe there was even a cash offer of a lesser amount. And he said, no, I want the entire thing, all of my collection. Which would have included the sets that had been sold by Crystal that he was paid out for, and the sets that were sold by Crystal that he was never paid out for. That's not even to mention the layaway stuff that apparently all went fucking walkies, disappeared into night. We've got no idea where that stuff went.
Franchisees and corporate in a quest to get the company to return Brian's lost Lego sets, or at least compensate him for the sets that weren't sold. And for more...
People need to have more heat for Brian. Why wasn't it revealed until Coffee that Brian was paid 17k? Yeah, fucking insane. I mean, you can maybe read between the lines and understand that, well, okay, so Crystal had the sets for a certain amount of time on commission. He was probably paid out for some of that stuff, right? It's not mentioned, but I guess it's like reasonably kind of implied to, you know, a semi-intelligent viewer. So, yeah, I've not got that much heat for it. The thing that makes me more interested now is that Brandon did offer him a certain cash settlement, right? In the Reckless Ben video. And he rejects it. You know? He says that he's not going to take that. How much did he actually get offered? It was tens of thousands of dollars, right?
More on that, you can check out our earlier videos for more about Reckless Ben's arrests and the underlying dispute. Now that takes us to all of the new acts and evidence that have come to light, and all of the lawsuits that are flying back and forth. But first we have to talk about one of the most controversial aspects of our last video. I'm of course referring to the plural of Lego. Yes, as hundreds of you mentioned, the plural of Lego is Lego. You are all technically correct. And no, I don't care. It sounds dumb, and I will die on that hill. My first LEGO sets were Classic Town, Futuron, Blacktron, and Space Police 1. So don't cite the deep magic to me. I was there when it was written. But please do continue leaving comments telling me that I'm wrong. Honestly, leave two. Thanks for the engagement. So if you pointed that out, you all get 1 point. But, actually, Lego is not spelled L-E-G-O with lowercase letters. It has to be L-E-G-O, all capitalized. So if you left a comment pointing out the pluralization, but failed to use the correct capitalization, you get negative 1,000 points. I'm sorry, I don't make the rules. But in all seriousness, the reason I don't care and choose to intentionally not participate in this particular linguistic convention is that it's corporate branding. It's advertising for the Lego Corporation. Sure, the Lego brand guide says that Lego is an adjective. So they say you should refer to Lego sets or Lego bricks. But here's the thing. If I want to get 10 blue marbles and I refer to that by saying, hey, give me 10 blues.
No, legal, still the best LawTuber. This is completely essential legal analysis. Anybody who says otherwise, okay, we're gonna stop banning.
Everyone knows what you're talking about. That's a totally normal way to pluralize things, even if it is a singular adjective. But I also don't care what some giant multinational, multi-billion-dollar company wants, and I refuse to let the Danish tell me how to speak English. So I'm not going to blindly follow what the corporations tell me to do. So let's talk about all of these putatively stolen Legos. Now, obviously, Reckless Ben's campaign generated a staggering amount of bad publicity for Bricks and Minifigs and its franchisees, and that's when the legal war began. In May, the Gormans...
H3 fans are going nuts over this drama. All of the worst people that you know online are going nuts over this drama, okay? Unfortunately, I have to concede that one of the only large creators that I've seen with good takes about this stuff is, apart from CoffeeZilla and Legal, obviously, okay? Is Destiny. One of the only, I'm not shitting you, one of the only big creators that I've seen talk about this stuff with like semi-good takes is Destiny. Actually critical of Crystal, actually critical of Michael Gorman. Fucking, it's actually painful to watch.
Sued Bricks and Minifigs over the franchise repossession, and on May 27th, Bricks and Minifigs, which is run by the brothers Matt and Eamon McNeff, joined with Johnson and Best to file a sweeping civil lawsuit against the Gormans, Mansell, Reckless Ben, Victor Nguyen, and others. Basically, in that case, the plaintiffs alleged the defendants engineered and organized a conspiracy to destroy Bricks and Minifigs. Now, what's interesting is that Bricks and Minifigs and the other defendants are represented by Dentons. Dentons is one of the largest law firms in the world. But ironically, Dentons is one of the most unusual large law firms in the world, and many lawyers describe it as being franchise-like. Because frankly, it would be weird for a giant worldwide law firm to have a local law firm in Utah. But Denton's strategy, unlike almost every other big law firm in the world, is grow by combining the existing local firms around the world rather than building offices organically. So instead of opening a new office in a country or state and hiring lawyers from scratch, Denton's often just merges with a local law firm and allows that firm to retain a significant degree of local autonomy. This has
Ben is fucked in court, but this all still falls on corporate office and how they handled everything. Also corrupt PD. No. I don't know what you mean. Like, the courts are a check on corporations. They're a check on private actors, right? They're supposed to, like, find fact about what's actually happened there. Even if it's a corrupt police department, they're a check on that as well. If some search has happened that's unconstitutional, you can't use, you know, the fruit of the poison tree to be able to convict somebody. If Ben is in the right legally, he'll be found, you know, innocent or non-liable in court. Theoretically, okay? Theoretically, there are miscarriages of justice and on, right? But no, the court is there to hold, like, corporations and police departments accountable.
Has allowed Dentons to become one of the largest law firms by headcount in the world, with thousands of lawyers across dozens of countries. But they don't really fully share in profits firm-wide, though they do share in marketing technology and referrals. Hence why a lot of people say that this law firm functions like a franchisor-franchisee relationship. And here, Bricks and Minifigs is represented by Dentons, Durham, Jones, and Pinniger, located in Lehi, Utah, which I'm assuming started the same way as a local Utah firm. So while Bricks and Minifigs is represented by a big scary law firm, maybe not quite as scary as most big scary law firms. And interestingly, the Bricks and Minifigs complaint lists 3 lawyers working on this case. 2 associates who have only been practicing for 1 and 3 years, respectively. And then the partner on the masthead looks like he's been practicing law for literally 40 years and has a ton of experience, but might have retired 10 years ago to teach part-time and only came to Denton's in 2025. And even then, there was a 6-year gap in his resume between teaching part-time and practicing again starting in 2025. Just very weird. So without going into the substantive legal claims,
What? You're telling me that this legal firm doesn't think that this legal shit is this Lego shit is serious for real? What? Don't fucking piss on my boots.
claims of their suit, call me skeptical of the lawyers working on this case and the law firm representing them. Though on top of that, the lawsuit is a verified complaint for civil RICO, defamation, and other falsehood-related claims, and various forms of conspiracy, as well as some intentional torts like tortious interference with existing prospective economic relations and intentional infliction of emotional distress. Now, between RICO, conspiracy, and tortious interference and intentional infliction of emotional distress, that's sort of the Mount Rushmore of dubious legal claims. They're not impossible to prove, but you're not starting out on the right foot. I tend to see those used improperly more often than I see them actually properly pled. But I digress. But importantly, the Bricks and Minifig plaintiffs assert that Mansell, the Gormans, and Reckless Ben dramatically overstated the value of the original collection and the missing sets in order to extort money. In fact,
extortion? Wait, okay. So I think the entire extortion claim comes down to Ben at the very start of the video being like, we can do this the easy way, or we can do this the hard way. Right? On the very first video. Apparently that's an extortion claim.
the complaint uses the word extortion 21 times, and the complaint makes one key claim about the value of the collection, quote, less than $5,000 worth of Star Wars Lego product could be located and identified in the entire residual Salem LLC on-site inventory. But then 7 days later...
Wait, hold on. That's the residual stuff, right? Prior to and at the time of repossession, BAM's representative, Brandon, conducted an informal video inventory of the Salem LLC fixtures and inventory. While he did not locate or identify any product that was identified as consigned or not owned by Salem LLC, he concluded that the maximum value of any residual inventory was less than $38,000. Ah, okay, yeah, no, they all saying it's $5,000.
...and identified in the entire residual Salem LLC on-site.
Wait, hold on. And additional numbers to that, I've got Nate in chat, who's been going, in a good way, totally autistic over this drama. So let's have a gander. So there's $107,000 in total. True. Brian was paid around 17% from Bricks and Minifigs has and is offering. 20% Crystal sold and did not pay. 57% with 5 to 10% missing. So Brian and Crystal account for roughly 60% of the Lego, and everyone only has heat for Bam and Josh. Hold on. So 17% Brian was paid out for, in terms of value. 20% Crystal sold and did not pay. I don't know how you get into 60%.
Inventory. But then 7 days later, the company substantially...
Oh, sorry. No, okay. So Brian was paid 17%, right? Bricks and Minifigs has and is offering that 20% there, right? Crystal sold and did not pay 57%. with 5 to 10% missing. I'm seeing what you're saying now. Right. So during that period where they're not paying vendors, they're not paying bricks and minifigs, they're not paying anybody for anything because they're running the business into the fucking ground. During that period, there's around 60% of that stuff that gets sold or it goes missing under their watch on the layaway and stuff like that, and nobody's got heat for them. Yes, okay, I agree.
Substantially changed its story. And because of this, I cannot stress enough how critical a legal notepad.
I think it's the claim that it's $200,000. That's not true anymore. People have admitted, Crystal, more particularly, has admitted that that was a lie, that she let people believe.
Is when your job depends on making critical decisions in a high-stakes environment. And that's because some of the most important conversations often happen when you're not ready to take notes, which is why you might want to consider getting one of these note.
Oh, it's going to be an advert for the stupid fucking AI product. What's it called? Fuck me. I can't remember.
Pros from Plod. This little guy is on.
Plod. It's fucking Plod. It's Plod. It's like Claude, but it's a personal assistant.
Honestly, such a game changer if you work in law or any other decision-heavy workflows. Plod is a sponsor of this portion of the video, but I've been loving the crap out of this thing. And if you're...
Yeah, isn't it great? Hasn't it been really, really successful in the past? Where you take like a software product and then you put unnecessarily into some kind of fucking peripheral, like some kind of hardwired electronic. Don't people love that? Isn't that amazing whenever that happens?
For running the Bricks and Minifigs Corporation, it probably would have saved you from putting your company into this mess. Because this Note Pro is hands down the most accurate note-taking and transcription device I've ever used. And
yeah, it's great. It's gonna take off. It's gonna massively succeed. It's like an AI assistant, but you've got like a second phone for it, right? Instead of an app, it's a second phone you've got for it. It's amazing, right?
That's astonishingly smart enough to know what's on Amazon. So order your Plod device today, or I will see you in court. On June 4th, Bricks and Minifigs issued a press release stating an internal review had uncovered, quote, operational gaps during the transition and the subsequent management of document recovery. The company parted ways with Johnson and Best, who presided over that transition.
Yeah, but the extortion is for the original Reckless Ben claim. True, I agree. Even though Crystal admitted it was a wrong number, Ben blew that number up. That's true. Ben could have asked for the original spreadsheet to see exactly what was there, right? But Crystal continued to lie about it when she was doing the marketing for the products, you know?
And Bricks and Minifigs revised the value of the original unsold collection to approximately $100,000. Eamon McNeff said, quote, we've been asking for documentation for a long time. We'd asked Mr. Mansell and others and did not receive enough to have a clear picture until recently, thanks to internal and external operations assistants and those who continue to stand with us, and we finally have enough to proceed with a resolution. Now, even before we get to CoffeeZilla, this press release tossed a grenade right at Bricks and Minifigs' own lawsuit. Just who were these outsiders who gave them operational assistance? And did they contradict whatever inventory and accounting that Best and Johnson had put forth? And why didn't they have this information a week prior when they filed a 95-page verified complaint? I have so many questions. And believe me, so do all the defense lawyers working for the Gormans, Ben Schneider, and Mansell. Now, additionally, the company offered to give Mansell all of the Lego sets that were located in the Salem store, regardless of whether it could be identified as part of his collection. And they also offered to drop their case. Now, despite all this, backtracking on the collection's value, dumping Johnson and Best for mismanagement, and confirming that some residual Lego inventory actually belonged to Mansell, Bricks and Minifigs did not drop the lawsuit or any of its claims. And then on June 10th, CoffeeZilla released a detailed investigation.
If corporate would have worked things out with Crystal instead of kicking her out like they did, do you think this all could have been avoided? Literally, how could they have worked it out? I don't really understand what's happening there. Like, she's intentionally not paying her corporate dues. She's not paying vendors. Her store is closing down and fucking up. Literally, what could have happened at that point? She was about to go into bankruptcy, right? She hasn't got enough revenue or money on hand to be able to pay the people the money that she owes them, right? There's not working with Crystal at that point. Like, get the fuck out. You're not working here anymore. We're taking over this stuff. You know? I don't expect what else you expect to happen.
Investigation featuring an on-camera interview with the McNeffs and internal documents that change the way that everyone thinks about this case. Now, as we've talked about in the past, under normal property law rules, consigned goods cannot be seized to satisfy the consignee's debts because the consignor still owns them. But there's an exception.
She was trying to go over something. She still had the opportunity the entire time to send stuff over. It wasn't properly lodged with corporate. She didn't keep an accounting of it. She still doesn't know a lot of the details here. So it's not like she could go over to be able to prove a lot. Despite the fact that this has been like drummed up in the Reckless Ben narrative, like they pushed her out that night, she had not paid her fucking dues to the franchisor for months at that point. The idea that on the very last fucking hour, she's gonna go, well actually, I need to do some stuff to sort this out before you can take it over. The threat has been there the entire time they're gonna take it over, and now at the last minute she needs to finally sort some stuff out. No. No. It's like a kid being sent to fucking bed, and then they're like, I'm gonna sort out a glass of water. Actually, I'm gonna clean up my things before I go to bed. Actually, can I not watch a little bit of TV? It's time to go, bitch! It's time to go! The door is there!
To that rule, under Utah law, a secured party.
She says she hadn't reconciled her books for months. Yeah, that's true as well.
That takes possession in good faith without actual or constructive notice.
They needed to do an inventory when they took over the store. They chose not to do so. They did do so.
Of a competing claim can cut off the junior interest. And that's what...
Now, some fucky shit might have happened during that inventory. Okay? I said this when I was watching the CopyZilla stuff. They did do an inventory. It's not right to say that they didn't. But maybe some stuff went missing. It's not totally clear. Because Crystal massively mismanaged this shit. She insisted that all of the layaway stuff that she had in that spreadsheet, that should all be in the store, right? None of that has been identified in any of the screenshots. It's probably just the case that that was sold and she never took account for it, right? So she doesn't remember that it's been sold or something. It's been massively fucked up, but yeah. Crystal's just not a reliable source of information for this stuff.
What Bricks and Minifigs pleaded in its lawsuit, that it's...
Isn't control and errors of the franchise still the responsibility of the mother company? No. No, what do you mean? No. That's like the whole point of a franchise agreement. Now, if a franchise has instructed a franchisor to be able to do stuff a certain way, then I think you can bring legal claims against the franchisor. But for example, if I run, I don't know, like an independent McDonald's or an independent Subway, and you sell me beef, right? If I default on that and I can't pay you anymore, you can't go back and sue McDonald's. You made the agreement with me. You know what I mean?
Simply had no idea about the consignment, and the complaint says the same principle applies to the next set of franchisees, Johnson and Best. Their theory is that if they didn't have notice, they can't be liable for the consigned goods. But Mansell and Law have said all along that they have spreadsheets. And then CoffeeZilla comes along while interviewing Bricks and Minifigs CEO Eamon McNeff, who opened the file properties on the inventory spreadsheet.
Wait, hold on. It's priority to know what you have on hand. So if GM... The Gormans? If who's GM? If GM has missing shit, you know what to do after previous GM. What, general manager? What do you mean? And that's on corporate for not following SOP. Standards of practice. Okay, drop the fucking anagrams real quick. It's priority to know what you have on hand. So if GM has missing shit, you know what to go after previous GM. That's not even necessarily how that shit would work, but the Gormans have fled, right? The Gormans have fled the fucking country. So, literally, I'm sure if they could, they would bring a fucking case against them, given the fact that, they owe them fucking tens of thousands of dollars, but unfortunately they fled to Spain. What are they going to do?
It says owned by BAM Franchising Inc. It says created September 6, 2024.
This is the first I've seen that this spreadsheet was created by Crystal. And we don't know how accurate it is, how up to date it was. We don't know a lot of those types of things. And understand, I appreciate you sharing this with us because we had no idea.
Now, the doctrine of constructive notice...
Wait, I don't even know what you're talking about. Okay, so they did do it. They did do an inventory. That's not even disputed by any of the people. Now, what happened on the night of that inventory being taken, right? That's disputed. But the fact that they did an inventory, no, that's literally undisputed.
Provides that the party has notice of a fact when, from all the facts and circumstances known to them at the time, they have reason to know it. And you don't have to actually have seen the document as long as you had a reasonable means of finding out. And this is, of course, separate from the actual notice that they may have had when lots of people were telling them that these Legos belong to somebody else, including Brandon Best, who was there the night of the takeover. But now we know that there was a spreadsheet created 2 months before the takeover tracking the consigned collection. And it appears that that spreadsheet is owned by Bricks and Minifigs Franchising and is hosted on the Bricks and Minifigs corporate email address. So it seems like that spreadsheet had been sitting on Bricks and Minifigs' own server infrastructure for years now, which would be very good evidence that the company had notice of the consignment and the inventory. But it gets worse.
Again, you don't...
Is that true? Really? Okay. That's interesting. Wait, really? So you're saying if an independent franchisor, let's say for example, is got a spreadsheet on their local server that they're doing, I don't know, like fucking money laundering or some fucking illegal shit, you know? Are you saying that just by the fact that it's on their servers, that's legally recognized kind of information that they should have been aware of it, and so maybe what, they also held responsible? You're saying, yeah, that's dubious, okay? That's insanely fucking dubious.
You don't know what you don't know, and you can't, like, we don't know.
Let's say, for example, let's take like a criminal example. So some countries do have a requirement. Standard operating procedure has got nothing to do with this, Will. This has got nothing to do with standard operating procedure. This is like legal liability and stuff, okay? But let's say, for example, that you've got a country where if you know that somebody's committing a crime, you're obligated to be able to inform the authorities, right? And let's say that you and your family share like an iCloud, an iCloud drive. And on one of their private iCloud accounts that you are able to access because of the family plan, you've got evidence there that they were, doing illegal stuff? Are you then also liable because you knew about a crime being committed, or you should have known, and you didn't report it? That seems kind of insane. Like, okay, what I would expect instinctively, I guess, based on intuition, is that somebody would have had to direct them to that. Say, hey, by the way, this stuff will be on the fucking drive if you go and look for it. Go and have a gander at the fucking record keeping,
Know everything, and we don't go, like looking in every nook and cranny everywhere. Like we just don't know some of those things. So if that's there, we can now have our team go look for that.
Now, it is problematic for the CEO of Bricks and Minifigs to say that they haven't done a thorough investigation into Mansell's claims, since the McNeffs filed a verified complaint attesting that he looked into every nook and cranny. That's a real problem because Bricks and Minifigs filed a verified Tier 3 complaint in Utah State Court, which means the plaintiffs are seeking over $300,000 in damages. And a verified complaint is a legal document sworn to under oath by the plaintiff, affirming that the allegations are true. And courts often treat sworn factual allegations in a complaint as evidentiary admissions of the party who signed them. And the complaint here was verified by CEO Eamon McNeff and Salem franchisee Josh Johnson. They swore that they investigated the charges and that the allegations were true and correct to the best of their knowledge. So when the complaint says something factual, such as, quote, we found less than $5,000 worth of Lego, we had no notice of the consignment, this was an organized extortion campaign, those are not just arguments from counsel, they are sworn positions of executives. Now, of course, a verified complaint is not conclusive proof that those facts are true. It's basically just like they were on the witness stand.
Okay, so when I would close stores at the end of the night, we'd have reports to fill, track sales, and register and shit. The files are hosted on the cloud, the corporate access, whatever, assuming it's something similar, yeah.
And are under...
No. Hold on. That's not something similar, okay? That's not something similar. So what they're doing here, what I think you're talking about is a point of service infrastructure, right? That automatically generates, like, inventory stuff. That's not what's going on here. So Crystal has independently created this spreadsheet to be able to do our own private inventory for this stuff, and it was already out of date, right? So 5 to 10% of this stuff has just gone missing, and nobody knows where the fuck it is, right? Some of this stuff is supposed to be on layaway, and then in actuality, it's gone. It's fucking sold. You can't find it. So even that spreadsheet itself, that's not like a verbatim, that's not your golden ticket to what's going on there. That's an out-of-date inventory that she did have at some point.
Oath. The allegations can be challenged through discovery and contradicted by other...
To the best of their knowledge, they didn't know of the spreadsheet, no conflict. The thing is that's a stronger testament, right? They've testified that they have investigated it to the best of their ability, and then that's what they're signing to. And now if a little bit of evidence comes out later that they missed, oh, dude, what does investigate to the best of your ability mean? I'm not sure about that. Like, there's some parts of this that I'm just not gonna know which way it's gonna lean, Just like being 100% honest.
Other evidence are ultimately rejected by the court or the jury. However, by verifying the complaint, Eamon represented that he did a thorough investigation. And I don't know how thorough that investigation could have been if he never realized where the spreadsheet came from. And that lack of due diligence also came through in the company's June 4th press release. Quote, this evidence confirmed that new incoming franchisees who took over the location were not aware of nor prepared for the responsibilities of taking over a store from a forensic accounting review standpoint. So Bricks and Minifigs has admitted.
Wait, hold on. The evidence confirmed the new incoming franchisees who took over the location were not aware of, not prepared for the responsibilities of taking over a store from a forensic accounting review standpoint. This led to due diligence issues in coming to the resolution with Mr. Mansell, said Matt McNeff, COO, Bricks and Minifigs. First, an ex-franchisee still had connections to, and in one instance, ownership of, company-marked data through a personal email account. When a collector came in, identified himself, and said what he believed to be a formal, albeit undisclosed relationship with a former franchisee, it is unfortunate that Miss Laura Gorman was not upfront about it. We are disappointed this situation was not made explicitly clear, that it should have that should have happened much sooner than today. That's not acceptable, and we're not going to pretend otherwise. Okay.
Of taking over a store from a forensic accounting review standpoint. So Bricks and Minifigs has admitted that Best and Johnson, the named plaintiffs on the verified complaint, were not prepared for the.
I think corporate's still liable since they took over the consignment and admitted to it on video. So corporate never took on the consignment agreement. They transferred it over to the new owners and admitted to it on video. That was somebody from corporate confirming, to the best of his understanding, that the new franchisees would take over whatever obligations they had from the business. Right? I think you're going to find a hard time actually saying that corporate is responsible because they're saying that somebody else is going to take that over, the new franchise owners.
Responsibilities of running the store. And if that's the case, then why did the McNeffs rely on their accounting in their complaint? How much research did anyone do before filing this thing? And this is also important because the fact that this complaint was verified also probably helps Bricks and Minifigs get a temporary restraining order that restricted speech and putatively.
They were originally there as employees of BAM, with the franchise being transferred later. I don't think that's true. So they were employees of BAM at some point, but it was being transferred to them because they were owning it, right? That's what the transfer means.
It requires reckless.
Like, what are you imagining? That, like, employees of a corporate office get corporate property transferred into their personal ownership to be able to hold for themselves? That's crazy. That's crazy. I don't even know what that would mean.
Ben to take down all of his videos.
They don't admit to that on body cam footage. I mean, I don't know quite what you're understanding, but I'm saying that's like impossible, right? That's impossible. It's like me working for a fucking a debt collection agency, right? And I'm going there to somebody's house to be able to repossess a car that they're no longer paying for. I might take it into my possession, right? But I don't own it. I don't own it. It's the creditor that owns it, and I'm taking possession of it. That might be what you're thinking about. Maybe, if I'm understanding you right.
Now, nobody really knows exactly how many of Mansell's Legos were in the store when Bricks.
You will find it? No. I'm asking what you're even, like, alleging to be the case.
Bricks and Minifigs corporate repossessed it. Before CoffeeZilla's video, we had two competing narratives. Brian Mansell said that about half of his collection was unaccounted for, but in its lawsuit, Bricks and Minifigs asserted that there was, quote, less than $5,000 worth of Star Wars Lego product.
So you're saying when the corporate employee is saying that, oh, Brian and Josh, they're going to take over all that stuff from the business, they're going to take it all over. They're accepting that liability as private citizens. Is that actually what you're saying? That's it. That's insane. That's insane. I mean, the clear implication there is they're taking it over since they're now going to own the business, right? They're not taking it into their personal property.
Could be located and identified in the entire residual Salem LLC on-site inventory. Now, CoffeeZilla hired.
No, a general manager is a bad analogy here, Will, because you're talking about legal ownership.
A team to hand tag the Mansell collection from over 200 photos and multiple videos of the store on the night of November 14th, 2024.
In the end, I ended up with about $21,000 of Legos, matching Brian's collection that can be proven to be in the store on the night of November 14th. Now, to state the obvious, that's about 3 to 5 times what corporate estimated, at least on their press release.
Now, a 3 to 5 times understatement in a verified pleading is not great. Under Utah Rule of Civil Procedure 11b3, factual contentions in a pleading must have evidentiary support, and the lawyer who signs the complaint is responsible for meeting this standard, and the party who verifies the complaint personally certifies the same. So to demonstrate how bad this is, let's watch Matt McNeff revise the number up in real time.
Do you think y'all have all of these?
Very likely.
Okay.
Again, I'd be surprised if we didn't.
But then I couldn't help myself. I started to bring up some of Crystal's photos to see if they matched up.
Have you seen this before?
Not that I recall.
So, do you see that?
Yep. The Vulture Droid.
75169.
169 I'm not seeing, so there may be... Okay, so there's one that is not on our list.
Let's try this. 10240?
Okay, nope, not seeing that one either. So you're talking maybe $11,000 to $15,000 total Star Wars, and that's all Star Wars inventory in the whole store.
But the number that Eamon McNeff swore to was $5,000, and Matt is now at $13,000 to $15,000 and climbing. The June 4th press release now admits that the original unsold collection was worth at least $100,000, and what's crazy is that none of these numbers match the sworn pleading. However, CoffeeZilla's investigation identified a significant inconsistency from Mansell's side as well.
But even though this is a bigger number than corporate said, I have to admit, even with pretty generous assumptions being made, there's still a huge gap of about $61,000 here that I just couldn't find. But then I learned Brian had made a special side deal with M&R Productions, who had recently purchased some Legos from him. And this is where it starts to get messy.
Mansell wasn't only consigning his collection to the store and waiting for it to sell. On the side, he was also privately selling pieces of it directly to a third party, M&R Productions. When CoffeeZilla compared M&R's photos to Crystal's inventory, he found that some of the Lego everyone assumed was missing from the store wasn't missing at all. Mansell had already sold it himself through his private deal, netting roughly $10,000 to $20,000. Though Mansell maintains that this side deal was a separate batch of Lego that was never consigned to the store. But CoffeeZilla checked and found that 100% of the side deal items that matched the collection were tagged storage on Crystal's consignment spreadsheet.
But I did a check, and 100% of the items that match the Brian collection inventory just so happened to be listed with a location of storage. So...
Oh, fuck yeah, I completely forgot about this aspect of it. Yeah, the fucking secret deal that he did on the side that he thought was a different collection piece.
This starts to make things incredibly fuzzy, and I'm inclined to believe that a lot of these are part of that same inventory list. Now, if we take...
It's like insane. It's insane. And it's hard to not see it as a fly in the fucking ointment, despite what other people will fucking say. Like, this is supposed to be the earnest underdog who's been fighting for 2 years to be able to get his heckin' Legos back. And he doesn't even know what he fucking owned and what he fucking sold himself. It's insane. Is Bam winning? Hell yeah. Hell yeah, Bam's winning.
That value of the side deal, that's about $10,000 to $20,000 that's not actually missing.
In other words, the supposedly separate Lego looks like it was actually part of the consigned inventory. These revelations gave us a more complete, if complicated, picture of what happened. And assuming what CoffeeZilla presented is accurate, the Salem store had more of Mansell's collection than it admitted. But a chunk of what looks stolen or unaccounted for was sold off by the owner himself. Though it looks like the consigned inventory and Brian's own private sales overlapped and weren't reconciled, so no one can point to a single authoritative number for what should have been in that store on November 14th. So Bricks and Minifigs can use this evidence to bolster its narrative that the records they got from Crystal and Ben were unreliable and that they genuinely couldn't tell what was consigned versus sold versus moved, and that asking for verification before paying out was reasonable. But CoffeeZilla's work also undermines Bricks and Minifigs' theory that Brian, Ben, and Crystal concocted a crazy scheme to extort the company by grossly inflating the value of the collection. The off-book sales to M&R is an innocent, if messy, explanation for the discrepancy, not evidence of a heist. Though we may never know exactly what happened to the missing Lego sets. However, CoffeeZilla...
But it seems like, I don't know, like eminently reasonable that Crystal was happy with those guys believing a fucking false valuation. In fact, the crazy thing to me is that, are you telling me that the fucking Brian guy never knew that his collection was only worth 100,000? Crystal lied to him the entire time about how much it was valued? As in, what, the consignment agreement, that it's $200,000 of Lego that they're expecting to sell? Because the reason why that's important, right, is the fact that how much is Brian expecting to get out of that consignment agreement? It's like some percentage of the total amount. Some percentage of 200k? Or did they let them know later that, oh, okay, fuck, okay, we valued this stuff, it's not 200k, actually, it's 107 something. So has Brian been running around with the 200,000 figure when that's incorrect as well?
investigated a theory about that.
Do they have the Legos?
What I can tell you is that we don't have it. We've never had access to them.
So now let's talk about what these admissions do to the lawsuit, because this video changes the whole ballgame. And by now you should expect nothing less from a CoffeeZilla investigation. Trust me, there's a reason why he ends up drinking at a bar at the end of every investigation, and it's not just because crime and fraud are rampant. But if you're gonna go to a bar, let me give you a pro tip. This is the pre-alcohol probiotic drink from ZBiotics, and I'm
Bro, come on, Devin, don't do this to me. This is shameless. 2 ads in one video.
absolutely thrilled that they sponsored
I guarantee this guy's going to bookend it with an advertisement for his own law firm as well.
me to tell you about it, because I've been using this product for years. So click or scan now to feel better after drinking, or I'll see you in court.
Unfortunately, this is the kind of shit that you have to put up with when you're watching the best law tuber around.
Within 48 hours of the takeover, Mansell asked the store to return the unsold Lego sets. At the time, the store was already being overseen by Johnson & Best, and they told Mansell that they didn't have his collection, weren't a party to his agreement, and that the company owed him nothing. Now, Bricks & Minifigs Corporate has suggested it had a right to take the Salem store's inventory to satisfy Crystal Law's alleged debt to the company, but the ex-employee is alleging that Brandon Best not only repossessed the inventory, but also transferred the inventory from Salem to Eugene.
I'm a former employee, started in 2024, and I was working under the old manager Brian, and he sold the store to Brandon Best and Josh. Like, oh, Crystal stole Lego sets and bolted out of the country.
Who says that?
Brandon Best told us. When he was dropping off all the Lego sets to us that night. And used, like, there was a bunch of used Lego sets that set were like saran wrap, they had Star Wars CD, they just a lot of stuff. It was like in a medium-sized U-Haul truck.
Wait, they brought a U-Haul truck.
Yeah, from Salem to Eugene.
Now, ultimately, that's a factual dispute that a jury would resolve, but the ex-employee is not a party to this case. She's a neutral fact witness with no apparent stake in the outcome of the suit, and a jury might believe her. And CoffeeZilla actually asked Bricks & Minifigs COO.
I mean, the problem is a lot of those details are possibly just impossible to corroborate, right? That's another issue with it as well. Like, CoffeeZilla was never able to get to the fucking factual basis of the stuff at the end of the day. Maybe a jury's not going to be able to either.
Matt McNeff about the U-Haul.
I believe I have seen footage from that night that shows clearly out into the parking lot, and there's no U-Haul.
And Matt unequivocally says that there was no U-Haul on November 14th. He insisted the former employee of the Eugene store is conflating 2 different U-Hauls on 2 different dates, because Brandon took a U-Haul to the Eugene store back on October 24th. But the McNeffs did an absolutely fantastic job of torching their own credibility, even if this U-Haul turns out to be a collateral issue. Coffee then brightened a photo and found a U-Haul in the parking lot on the night of November 14th. When confronted with that, Matt changed his story. He said that the U-Haul wasn't being used to move Legos, it was being used to move a camper trailer. Under this version of events, Brandon Best had been planning to camp in Salem. The rental truck he originally got couldn't tow the trailer, so he rented a U-Haul instead, and that's why the U-Haul was in the parking lot. But CoffeeZilla was skeptical.
The timeline just doesn't fit, to be honest. If it took 4 hours to unload, you can't also drive to another city, load and unload and drop off the U-Haul in that time.
The last thing you want is an important witness to destroy their credibility. And McNeff's own statements will damage his credibility. And under Utah...
Why lie about the U-Haul? I don't know. Maybe they're talking about, like, to the best of their understanding. Like, the Brian guy told them, like, a certain story about something. And then that's what they're repeating with, like, full confidence, because they're slightly retarded and they don't know how to fucking talk through this stuff, you know? I don't know. I literally don't know.
Rule of Evidence 613, prior inconsistency.
For the corporate guys on what happened that night, I think that all of those details, obviously they weren't there. And so they're answering to, like, the best of their recollection, and they just, like, believing what Brian's told them, is the vibe that I get.
The statements of a witness are admissible for impeachment purposes. And it's also admission by a party, so there's no hearsay problem here. Matt is the COO of a named corporate plaintiff, and he said he viewed the footage of November 14th, said there was no U-Haul in the parking lot, but when confronted with the new evidence, he told a different story. Now, the video doesn't prove conclusively that Brandon Best took Ben's Lego collection to the Eugene store, but we now have photo documentation of a U-Haul, an ex-employee witness, and an inconsistent statement by Matt. So let's review where we are after the CoffeeZilla video. In the course of 7 days, Bricks & Minifigs filed a verified complaint swearing that less than $5,000 in the Mansell Lego collection could be located, that the company had no notice of the consignment, and that Brian, Ben, and Crystal conspired to extort $200,000 to $300,000. They issued a press release admitting that the collection was worth roughly $100,000, that the $52,000 of it had been sold during the prior franchisee's tenure, that the franchisees who took over were operationally negligent, and that Bricks and Minifigs was no longer in business with those franchisees. But then they appeared on camera and substantially undercut all of those claims. Now, you can hire the best lawyers in the world, but you can't save a client from themselves. Now, all this highlights why it's so important to get a great lawyer when you're dealing with your own
what
case.
did I tell
Now,
you,
after I
man?
started this channel, every week I get hundreds of comments and emails from viewers who are dealing with legal problems. And they'd ask, can you help me find a lawyer? How do I know if this attorney is any good?
Dude, this guy is fucking shameless. Holy fuck. American capitalism at its finest. 3 ads in a 28-minute video. Unironically, I hate him because I ain't him, you know? I hate him because I ain't him. Holy fuck. Peace be upon his name. Dick is admitted. Biased, retarded cunt. Wait, what? What did he leave out? Literally, what did he leave out? You said earlier if he doesn't talk about Crystal, he's sweeping, and he's biased and retarded. He, like, plays a clip where CoffeeZilla talks about Crystal. Right? The Crystal didn't pay, like, the undue amount. Right? Yeah? The 67%? I don't know if that... the 67k, they say that it's, like, it's sales, right? They're evaluated about whether BAM is, like, liable for this stuff, whether they still have it. And he brings up that some of that stuff was sold during Crystal's tenure. Right? Yeah? I mean, I guess he's not being critical enough. I will say, I would have liked a little bit more of a breakdown about Crystal being liable for some of this stuff. Yeah. 100%. Right? Like, unpaid dues towards Brian. He should have mentioned that. Some, more than fucking half. I would need to go through those numbers again. Because Brian did sell a sizable amount of the collection. Fuck. Where's the CoffeeZilla graphic? Where is the CoffeeZilla graphic?
Special side deal with MNR Productions, who had recently purchased some Legos. A huge gap.
Okay. So, total value. Legos sold by Crystal, and then he got paid a certain amount of that. So there's a Lego gap of 61,000. Okay. So some of that stuff is Legos. Well, is that Legos that are unsold? Really? Are we sure about that? Okay. So we're saying that Legos sold is 24,000. But I don't think that's true, right? Because they did sell more, and they never paid about that consignment. There's a certain amount of this that ends up as layaway that was sold, and then I guess Brian never got his fucking cut because he never got informed. And then the store ended up having like 21,000. Right? Yes? I don't know where you're getting the fucking 57k thing from. Right? I might have to go through the numbers again. But I don't know where you're getting the 57k. Are you telling me that side deal that he made, for example, you're telling me that was, what, $4,000? That was the layaway amount. $57,000 in layaway? I don't think that it was that big. I don't think that it was that large. Maybe I'd have to go through it again. Okay. If you want to send me something over in DMs, that's totally fine to be able to go through the details again. Holy fuck. We will knuckle down on this Lego stuff eventually. Maybe the fucking part 3 is going to come out. We're going to have to wait to see about what happens at this fucking court hearing. I'm watching it. I'm watching it with eager eyes, okay?
Okay, bro, you're getting too big for
I
your
see what
boots.
I want to see what happens.
Tyrone stole the Legos.
Thank you for the $2, Lizzie. I hugely appreciate it. Okay, I think that is gonna be the stream, especially with the time. Holy fuck, we got through it. We came out the other side in one piece. All right, nice. Lego Part 3 will happen after Half-Life 3. We'll have to see. I mean, Ben has got a financial incentive to go and drop it, right? After propaganda. I'm still waiting on somebody to actually do a full breakdown of this stuff and actually scrutinize some of Ben's claims and actions in this story. But I don't know if we're going to ever get that. You know? I don't think we're ever going to get that. Scott Schaefer has done some decent stuff on it, right? And I've seen some of his stuff on Twitter as well. So yeah, I trust Scott Schaefer to go through it. But Scott Schaefer's not really the guy to do the big holistic video to break all of it down, you know? We basically need CoffeeZilla to just go back to the Reckless Ben stuff and just do a hit piece against Ben. That's what we realistically need, right? Okay. I'm not going to be able to read all of the subs that came through on Kick, so apologies for that. But I can read through the donos on YouTube. So I appreciate everybody turning up today. I appreciate everyone who liked the stream as well. And then above all of them stands the donators. All right? So, thank you to Lizzie, Guna, Artemis, Kiss and Screaming, Will Is Me, Naming Giglet, Anyaki, and Remnant. Thank you. Can we get an Ico W? I've seen there was a big debate on Ico, between Ico and Duckbringer. In fact, somebody sent me a fucking clip, I think. Give me 2 seconds. Hold on. Was it Lizzie? Was it... Oh, it was Guna, I think.
Like, I don't know if you guys have this experience, but, I have pedophiles in my family. Like, I have pedophiles that I have to fucking break bread with every now and then. They were pedophiles in the past, right? Offending pedophiles. In my family. We all have to kind of deal with people who have an attraction to children, who have unhealthy attractions, who have...
We do not, actually.
Okay, a little bit of an insight into Duckbringer's past. Can anybody actually pretend to be fucking surprised? I'm certainly not. I'm certainly not. That's completely expected in my mind. Alright. Holy fuck. Alright. So that's all of the people over YouTube thanks. We might have to go over some of that stuff again. I've seen that Duckbringer has been hanging about on Food Shops' stream, which was why I imagine pedophiles maybe got brought up there. Yeah, Duckbringer thinks she's the main character. Unfortunately, a lot of people drawn to the online space have got the exact same problem. Food Shops is just... Sorry. Duckbringer is just particularly fucking annoying as well. But, you know, there we are. There we are. You're a feckless face puller, and I hate you. What the fuck? Oh, because what's-his-face didn't call out Crystal. Listen, it is what it is, man. You're never gonna get perfect coverage, all right? Maybe he's not a prophet, okay? I'll take away his prophet from him, but there we are. All right, nice. I'm gonna raid you guys out to Malcolm. Been a while since I raided the guy, okay? Go over there, say hi. I think he might still be doing the fucking fireback coverage, but hopefully you guys enjoy that over there. All right? See you again. See you tomorrow. Earlier. All right? Have fun. Speak to you soon. Bye. Lots of love.